Well, good morning, everybody. How you doing this morning? I hope that you're doing well. It is an overcast day here in northern Michigan. Not terribly warm, but not terribly cold either. A typical kind of a spring morning here in northern Michigan. Absolutely beautiful day to mess around on a little Star Citizen. And without further ado, let's go ahead and get started here. So, good morning, everybody. Hope that you're doing well. Hey, Drac, how you doing? How's Star Citizen treating you? Are you playing a little bit? Are you able to dodge some of the latency here from the event? How you been, Drac? Nice to see you. Welcome aboard. So yeah, we're just gonna do a little mining this morning. I mean, imagine that. I am really looking forward to. I've been kind of keeping an eye on the Evocati patch notes for 319. Man, I'm really looking forward to rolling up my sleeves and digging into 319 as soon as it's available, the first wave, and bringing you guys lots of content. I actually have talked to Jody about that a little bit, and she understands that, it's going to be, I'm going to be spending a lot of time in the verse, really kind of going over the new, over the new mining mechanics, and there's going to be a lot of fun stuff that needs to be done, right? I mean, one of the first things that needs to be done is, just planetary surveys, like where's things at, that type of stuff. It's going to be a blast. So I'm really looking forward to it. Drac says it's being mean to me so far. Yeah, I understand that, Drac, for sure. Chris, how are you this morning, man? I hope that you're doing well. And Chris, you probably, fingers crossed, sometimes can get around the corner on getting on the game here too soon, I hope. I know that's something that you've talked about, so I'm excited about that. So let's go ahead and talk about what we're up to today, because it's not a whole lot different. We're just making money, right? We're out there making money, some space bucks, and we're just going to take a look at our prospector. And this particular one is the Aphorite one. I do have the 3 Branson AMH1. I mean, it's just basically a really vanilla build right now. Now I have made a little bit of money. I've made about 1.5 million. And I probably have another, 800,000 or so that is ready to be called, but I just haven't hauled it yet. So let's go ahead and just get started this morning, and we're just going mining. So Drac says, I rented a rock, but couldn't get it to work right. Could not control the aim of the mining head. So, Drac, one of the things with that is it doesn't always play nicely with different controllers. Do you know what? Was there a particular controller you were using, or was it just mouse and keyboard? Should be around June. That's awesome, Chris. I knew that you talked about it, and I didn't want to say something in case, fingers crossed. I understand what that means for sure, but that's awesome, brother. I'm really looking forward to that. Hey, sir, how are you this morning, my friend? Nice to see you. Hey. What's happening? So yeah, it's been a little, it's funny. I mean, I watched the Salty Mike video. He's like, all I want to do is play 318. I don't blame him. So trying to use mouse and keyboard. Yeah, that mouse and keyboard would probably be your best bet for running that. I wonder if it's got a weird default setting or something, Drac. That's, glad you made it in space. I'm stuck. Oh, Dalt, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I have heard that people are kind of getting, some login errors as well. It is interesting to me. I really figured we'd have been around the corner on some of this stuff, and no disrespect or whatever, but honestly, like I said, I really thought we would have been around the corner on some of this stuff for sure. So, hang in there. I know it's something that they're going to want to get fixed soon. It is weird to me, which, and it's no big deal. It's honestly not a big deal. But it is weird to me that, we are where we're at with things. It's surprising to me that they ran an event so quickly, just, into 318.2. I was hoping that you get a little chance to play here. Got to play the first time in a week this morning, 3 a.m. Oh, okay. Sir, you're able to get in this morning. That's good. Now stuck with a full ship of RMC that no TD can see. Oh, no. That's odd. One of the things I have heard is a lot of people kind of, in between each one of their salvage jobs, they will kind of do a claim on their ship because the cargo grid gets a little kind of whacked out. So I have heard that a little bit. Rented a prospector and did okay, but lagging. Yeah, well, that's the thing. The lag is really, really brutal right now. And I actually ended up blowing up a nice rock the other couple nights ago because of the lag. Hey, good morning, Nate. How you doing? How have you been, sir? Nice to see you this morning. And we're just doing our loop, you guys. Our standard kind of loop. We're not kind of breaking out of that too much right now. It's been really good to us. Number one, number two. Like I said, I'm really looking forward to 3.19. I'm really gonna dig into that as soon as it's available for Wave 1. I would expect that's still a couple weeks away. But we'll see. I mean, the one thing I will say is it does seem like late May. There's a lot of we're gonna have Invictus. We're gonna have some new ships coming. So I would imagine sometime in the next week or two, it will go to Wave 1, and then I'm gonna pretty much be making a fairly daily effort as long as I have the time and energy to dive in and look at the different, like I said, do the planetary surveys, kind of figure out what's what, then kind of what mining heads work, and this whole attaching and detaching mining heads on the fly, and just kind of learning the new meta entirely and kind of broadcasting that to you guys piece by piece as I kind of learn that stuff myself. So I'm really excited about that. I mean, obviously, my mining channel is done really well, and this is a huge opportunity for to serve you guys in the way that I want to serve you guys, which is making sure we all have a comfortable time mining and find it enjoyable, and locating resources and pulling them in cool. So I'm excited. All right, we're gonna drop out of here about 6.6, and we're gonna roll over and start looking at the rocks that are available to us. I have had pretty good luck in the Iron Halo lately. I haven't had to spend a ton of time out there, and I usually am finding nice rocks. But every day's a little bit of a different fishing expedition, so you never do know. So, in here we go. We're 7.7. Drax says, "Oh yeah, I blew chunks a couple of times. Lived back to the station with no shields and half the weapons blown off the prospector." Yes, that will happen for sure. I remember being a younger prospector pilot where I definitely had my fair share of issues just like that. So, one of my famous things to do was to hit C and turn on autopilot and just kind of crash into the rock that's in front of me. I did that a lot of times as I was kind of cutting my teeth as somebody who was doing a little mining. So we're going to trim up our velocity. We're going to go ahead and do a roll down here to a 45 scan and just kind of send out a ping and see what we have directly out in front of us. It doesn't look like anything. Another time had to log off in the Halo because shields and drives are both toasted. Yeah, that happens for sure. Hey, there's a rock right there. It's really close. Didn't quite catch the icon in time. All right, so we're doing 90 ping out in front of us. What do we got there? Doesn't look like a whole lot, so we'll do a 180 ping. There's a few opportunity markers on a 180 ping. That's a good sign. All right, so that's a 1700 sig value. We're not going to go after that single rock. What about there? Another 17 hundo, and here, another 17 hundo. So we're going to keep on keeping on. All right. 45 ping at first, and then I bring it out to a 90. That's a 17 hundo there. That's not going to do it. We're going to keep on cruising, though. Yeah. All right, there's a 45 ping. Could not get the hang of getting the ping to tell me the rock types from a distance. Yeah, getting the rock types from a distance is really difficult right now. It's not really that part. It's the one part that's not behaving. That was a 5100 RS signature value. We don't approach 5100s. They're never Quantanium. Here's some doublers. This is a good. I'm gonna go ahead and get the rock icon going. There we go. And then I'll roll back to a 90 ping and keep the opportunity marker right out in front of me. But the rocks are right there. You know, on a hard ping, there they are. So let's go ahead and we'll approach these doublers and see what they are. I have just gone to the approach, basically. If it's 2 rocks, if it's a 3400 or it's a 6800, I just kind of approach them with the mining laser out, and then these are going to be Q types. It looks like, I thought that's what it said, but maybe I'm wrong. M type, so I am wrong. No problem, we'll keep moving. Found a number of single Q types, but mostly under 20%. Yeah, that's the one thing. A lot of people do ask me, Drac, you know, it's like, hey, well, why don't you go after the single rocks? And part of it is because, you know, it's just one rock, obviously, and the other side of it is you know, it's, even if it is Quantanium, you know, the chances of it being a good Quantanium to mine is pretty low, you know what I mean? So that's why I usually go for the 3400s or 6800s or you know, anything above that. Aosha says, due to Xeno threat hurting the server, not saying negative shades. It's all interconnected. Morning, by the way, sips of coffee. Yes. Well, there's, you know, Aosha, there's no question about that. Xeno threat has, it absolutely is impacting the gameplay on the server. And honestly, it's, you know, the additional latency does make the game very, very cumbersome. You know, I don't disagree with any of that. And I think we just all wish we could just kind of play Star Citizen without having, you know, just for a little bit of time without having a whole bunch of additional latency or whatever. It's been a long time since we had a good stable. I've been testing out my mappings on my HOTAS Warthog. Nice. I've been enjoying using my secondary throttle to operate the laser. You know, it is nice when you kind of, it's funny, every so often, you know, 80, it's interesting to take a little time and just kind of reinvest in the way that you do things. I think that that's a smart thing to do now. And that's a 3400 right there. We'll send the collapsed ping out, and we will go ahead and get a rocket. Now that's interesting too. Look at that. There's a big old batch of rocks down here. Let's just go down and see what we have. We also have those doublers right there. So there's a few rocks over here. Let's take a look at what we got. Starting to see them now. But anyways, yeah, it is nice to kind of just reinvest your time now and then and just kind of take a look and see if you can improve your efficiencies at all. I agree with that 100%. Just spending a little bit of time. I've been thinking about getting a second set of EKB Gladiators for my other box. And, you know, just kind of getting those set up. And I don't think these are, I think these are probably like P-types or something. Yeah, these are P-types. Alright, so there was this other set of doublers, but can I find them? Let's go ahead and maybe do like a 90 scan and see if they're like right out in front of me. Yeah, there they are right there. Okay, this was the doublers that, you know, I was approaching these doublers and then I seen that cluster down there and I said, well, let's go look at that cluster first. You know, but now we'll prioritize these guys here. I'll get the mining laser out and we'll take a look at what they are. These are some Q types, and we are approaching them. This is not going to be a good rock. This is probably going to be a, you know, a small percentage rock. Yep, that's a 5%er. What about this fella? Hey, Grift. Yeah, I did start a little early today. You're not wrong. You are not wrong, my friend. I got started just a touch early today, and was excited to be able to be out of bed and to be able to do it. You know, so it's so funny. Alrighty, that is not going to be a good rock as well. That's going to be a 3.8%er. That's not going to do it. We're going to move on here and continue along the path. Blue cap or mid cap? Yeah, one of them was a red cap. The other one was a little above that. Hey, Konnichiwa, how are you? Nice to see you. That's really funny. Hey, how's the verse? It was really, yeah. It's so far this morning it's been okay. I mean, I haven't found anything to mine yet, but you know, it seems somewhat responsive. That's a healthy thing. So here's we just found another kind of a 5-pack here. Let's go ahead and approach those. Hey, good morning, Grift. How you doing, man? It's nice to see you. It's been very, very grumpy lately, though. Arctic Drake, good morning, sir. How are you? Katana Blue, how are you? Nice to see you. How have you guys been this morning? Yep, you know, so far this morning, it seems responsive, but we haven't found anything yet necessarily to put in the hopper yet. But we're working on it. Oh, yes, exactly. Get a good sip of coffee going, for sure. It's that time of day. All right, we're moving on in here. All right, that's P-type there. So that's a P-type cluster. So no big deal. We were hoping we were going to get a little bit of love down this way, but not so much. All right, let's go ahead and we'll do a 45 ping on the quantum marker. Nothing there. We'll roll back to a 90 ping. Doing good. Thinking about trying the belt. The belt's been pretty good lately, Drake. I mean, if you can, you know, it just depended on how your server's performing. You know, with Xeno and what stage Xeno's in, and you know, there are some things that kind of impact that stuff, but it hasn't been too bad. You know, like you know, in intervals where it's kind of not, you know, busy, kind of doing a bunch of PES stuff. All right, we did a 180 ping. Let's go ahead and look around here. There's a 1700. There's a 1700. And there's a 1700. Okay, those aren't going to work for me. Keep moving this way. Best run I had in the rental was about 15 units of Laranite plus some assorted extras that I pay for the trip, nothing else. You know, it's definitely, you know, the Reddit Prospector, Drac, the one place I would definitely think about going is Aerial. It is a bit pea soup there. But, you know, there's Laranite, Terranite, and Bexelite. And Bexelite really is the most stable out of the three. And it is actually a pretty, you know, pretty halfway decent thing to mine. It's the one that's, you know, it's the second most richest one to mine. Let's see. Walmart has some good belts. Sorry, man. Fat Fitty, nice to see you. I finally had some quality mining in game yesterday. Got lucky despite the Xeno lag. Yes, exactly. That's... You gotta persevere through it, Pat. You're not wrong. Question V. Wonder if you were able on Discord via last time. I had a tool belt coordination to get into the bands all over a bit precise, but works all the time. When or if you were able on Discord via last time, I have a tool for belt coordination to help get into the bands. It's a bit precise, but works all the time. I need to check that out for sure. You know, and I think that may become especially important in the way things are going to be. You know, going forward. Yeah, I definitely I will check out that tool Aocean for sure. Trying to find panels to salvage is quite frustrating. Oh, Katana Blue, you are not wrong. You know what, Katana? Somebody gave me a tip or a trick about finding that stuff. And maybe after I do a couple runs in the Prospector here, maybe I'll pull the Vulture and I'll try the trick that he said. You know, which is basically flying very fast in the air in Halo, even though it's, you know, can be a touch dangerous to do. He did say that he is able to fairly consistently find the panels that way, but maybe we'll mess around with that later on. Sad thing about Laranite was 30K in the process of docking like 20. Yes, that's always rough, Drac, when you get a 30K. You know, especially in a rented Prospector, because all that time is so important. Rebel Scum, morning all. I've been mining the belt this week, but good Q rocks have been harder to find. I only break rocks with unicorn potential. No, Rebel, I'll go anything that I think is north of, say, 18 SCU, you know, when I pull it in. Scarred says Marcus Wynn calls it big PP energy, persistence, and perseverance. You really have to have that in Star Citizen in general, Grift, and you know that better than anybody. You know, if you don't have that kind of just, I'm over it, just on to the next one, get back on the horse kind of thing, Star Citizen may not be the thing for you. because it's got its grumpy moments. With the 319 changes, Nate's saying, I wonder if it may be possible to swap mining heads on a rented. I think it's going to have to be, Nate. I don't think they're going to have. They will have to go out of their way to stop people from doing that, and I don't think they're gonna. I think that, you know, if you're willing to take the risk and just buy the mining heads, I think they're gonna let you swap them. Listen, I am guessing. That's a straight guess, but I think they're gonna allow that. I would be surprised if they didn't. 8K usually is small panels. 15 to 20K is reclaimer panels. Mike L2 is a good start for training, but takes time to warm up to the point. Yes. So yeah, we're going to make a couple of runs here, you guys, with Prospector, and then I may grab the Vulture, and then, you know, somebody told me about a way to fairly quickly locate stuff in the Halo. And maybe we'll go give that a try. And it's not relying on the standard mechanics. It's kind of like it's like old school Lyria, where you'd like zoom, go really, really, really fast, and then have your passive scanning kind of pick it up. So, you know, we'll see how that goes or whatever. You know, we may give that a try. So just because I think that would be it's an interesting thing to know whether or not, if you do that, if you can kind of get a little more consistent in the Halo. All right, what do we have here? Okay, these are definitely Quantanium. That's good. Let's approach these guys and see what we have. I'm finding that a lot of times, not every time, but a lot of times it's doublers, it's Quantanium. That's not always, but I would say maybe 50% of the time. This is not going to be a good rock, probably like a 5%er. Yep, that's all that is. Let's keep on moving. This could be okay. We'll have to see. Yeah, this is worth mining here, right? This is a 4631. So this is not going to be a full run, right? This is going to be, you know, 300 times force 1224. This is going to be around 25 SCU. But you know what? We don't. This is what I mean. We don't. You know, around 25 SCU is something you got to mine. So we'll definitely do that. And I am going to get the sun kind of off to the side a touch. All right, I'm going to hold G down and kind of break the laser free, and we'll move in here. We'll knock this guy right out. This is an easy peasy. We're in a good optimal range. I'll go ahead and crank up the laser intensity and we'll get started. Let's see here. As for 319, if it shows up before Christmas, I'll be surprised. Drac, I think it'll be before Christmas. I think it'll actually, they're pushing for it to be. Now, there may be a 318.3 patch or something instead of 319 for Invictus. But you know, we'll have to see how that goes. Agreed. I usually only approach 3400 and maybe 6800s. Yep, 5100s are never Quantanium. 1700s I don't approach because it's a single rock. 5100s are never Quantanium. So it's pretty much 1700, 6800, and just and kind of go from there. You know, that's the way that I feel about it. Astro Man, nice to see you. I feel like we used to be able to vaporize the purple rocks we didn't want. You definitely can't. Well, I think they explode now, Astro, and might blow up all your other stuff. That's just a thought that I think that I've noticed as a behavior lately. It just says it's a partial force load of cell or area around player, but PDS being what it is, and 319 resource distribution of the kind of force minerals to select locale. So remember this going forward. Yes, well, planetary surveys and, you know, kind of really relearning where everything is at is going to be a big part of 319, right? And then, of course, knowing what you're going to go after. And the one thing I will say is 319 is going to change a lot of things. Eventually, though, it will settle into a meta. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like, you know, it doesn't look like with this mining kind of retooling that they're going to build the one thing that I think we need in the mining game more than anything is purpose. You know, purpose is an important part of, you know, like I'm mining because, you know, Crusader needs more aluminum for their Hercules. You know, purpose is an important reason to, you know, and I really, they really do need to build some of that into the game at some point. Obviously, you know, earning AUEC and doing the ship progression thing isn't. I'm not marginalizing that, but a little more purpose would be certainly a welcome thing. Yeah, I'm expecting 318.3, 318.4, and so on. Oh, that could be, Drac. You may not. 10,200s are also off. Yes, you know, that doesn't surprise me at all, Eric. I mean, you know, there are definitely patterns once you kind of go into the same place again and again and again. You kind of recognize the patterns. That was a 58%er there. This is going to have a little in it as well. So this did not break up very clean, you guys. We may have a bunch to break down here. We're going to find out. Yeah, this has some in it too. So that's 3 rocks we have to break. We might have to break all of these. That one there's got some in it. Uh-oh. I would love purpose, risk versus... Yes, exactly. Wow. We're going to be breaking down every one of these rocks to get a little something, you know. Well, we'll find out about this one. Okay, we do have one that we don't have to break down. Okay, well, that's okay. It's not that big of a deal, though. I mean, breaking them down is breaking them down. Now, we will have to be kind of discerning on the laser, right? So here we go. I won't be hesitant to fire brands. I would love purpose, risk versus exactly. 10,200 sometimes gives good rocks. Yes, it does, for sure. This also means selling local and refined will penalize you lesser prices, so you may have to waste more time going farther for mining. We'll definitely have to see, Aocean. I mean, I am concerned that coming out of 319.2, the Prospector's probably not going to be as effective as it has been in the past, where you can just run out there, grab they might actually make Quantanium a certain density that, that's more difficult for the Prospector to deal with. So it's gonna be interesting to see. I do wonder if the Prospector is gonna be nearly as profitable as it was. Hey, Juan Carlos, nice to see you, sir. According to recent streams of info, they decided to go ahead with quantum changes on the markets. They certainly may have. And they're talking about, like, things being more normalized as far as the prices go. So we're going to have to just kind of see how that all goes, like I said. It's definitely, there's been really no reason to mine anything except Quantanium for the longest time. But it is interesting to see if it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. It really is. All right, we're trying to push this up into get it around 30, and we almost made it. See if it's going to fall out. It did not fall out. I am keeping an eye on the actual optimal window here for a second, guys. Holds up the mining gadgets. Well, and that's I mean, listen, that's going to be the beauty. We're going to have to relearn all that stuff, and maybe some of that stuff becomes a requirement in the new meta. Maybe, we're going to find all that stuff out, and we're going to work extra overtime to make sure that we do a good job for you guys on that stuff. So I'm really looking forward to digging. Look at that guy nosedive right out of there. Oh, of course, why not go to warning? Why not bust it right out to warning? Sure. We were barely in warning, though, so it's no big deal. How do you guys feel about the resource scarcity? Let's talk about that a little bit. Yeah. And Juan Carlos says, V, I'm concerned the servers are very poor performance. How will we make money when 319 comes? Well, hopefully they're going to eventually have something that's stable where we can do stuff, Juan Carlos. You are there's nothing wrong with being concerned, because it's definitely a situation where the server stability has been bad. And we have not even been able to really experience 3.1a in a real solid way because of the fact that, they immediately launched an event, which, just seems to have taken kind of an event that really does accumulate a lot of persistent, derelicts, So it's definitely been a challenge for sure. ESR Tech says, Hola, how are you, ESR? Nice to see you. But hang in there. They're going to have eventually, it'll eventually stable itself out. Gravedigger, how's it going? I lost 3 mil in refined ore. Oh, no. When Orson Spaceport destroyed my carrick instead of storing it. Oh, Grave, that will definitely kind of take the wind out of your sails, man. I'm sorry to hear that. I, myself, had about 115 hours of mining and refining. Yeah, I had decided, and I have been, Grave, I'm not taking anything more than a Constellation Taurus load. And to be honest with you, I don't mind just occasionally just grabbing the Cutlass Black or something, just doing 1-to-1s. So that way, because I have had a couple times where the 4K protection didn't actually work. So, that's actually has kind of has me alarmed in a way. So I definitely am recommending smaller, oh, come on. Smaller cargo loads. Sorry about that, you guys. It's just this guy's being jumped. It's so weird. Like I'm at 2%. I'm going overcharge. I'm at, and then I have to go to 0% to offset it. It's so weird. Like 3% is gonna push it into overcharge. I'm like, holy crap! It's only 3%. All right, and there's this last guy here. Motions. Nice to see you, Yo. Did you try something different than 3 times brand? I normally do motion, but no, not yet. I haven't gone anywhere besides. I've only done mining. I haven't even gone and updated my quantum drive yet. Although I probably should now. I've got a little bit of money, and I probably do need to update my prospector, but I haven't yet. It is difficult to break the smaller chunks in the sense that it only takes like 1 or 2%. Like if it's a 500 mass rock, it's like 3% it's blowing into the overcharge. 2% it's kind of holding stat. You're having to like turn off the laser to balance it out. So yeah, they've changed that a little bit, and it's okay. I mean, it's just something you have to get used to. You just kind of have to lean on the brands a little more. I've always been kind of a brandaholic, but it's bad now. It's real bad. I'm branting all over the place. Yeah, just always 3 to 2. Exactly. All right, so we have to scan all this stuff, you guys. So this is going to take a hot minute. This is called being discerning on the lasers, how I like to refer to it as. That's 0.77% in that rock. That's not going to work. The good news is this gives us an opportunity to sip coffee. There's a 44%er. Obviously, something like an FLTR-XL would pay huge dividends in a bad break like this. All right, so this is cool. We're just going through and marking all of our rocks and just grabbing the percentages. Hey, Clive, nice to see you. Not too bad. This is the first rock we found. It didn't break real clean, but there's a hundo at least. That'll kick us off. As I'm frustrated as I am, I still went and ordered a set of. Yeah, that's a good way to dig your way out of it, man. Just get yourself some new hardware and those are a great investment. Those sticks are the one, in my opinion, those are the best bang for your buck. A lot of time we talk about price to performance, like in video cards. The VKB Gladiators are your best price to performance sticks, hands down. I truly believe that in my heart. And I'm about to order a second set of them myself. Macedon! Good morning, sir. Nice to see you, Mass. Look at that, servers are up. Hey, Dave, how are you, man? Nice to see you there. All right. Isn't mining update? Yeah, Sarah, it is. And 319. As soon as it goes to wave 1, I'll be in there like crazy, testing. This is why I like using the mole and a halo. Bad breaks me nothing. Yeah, you're nothing wrong with bringing the. Like I said, Graven, you know this. I've said it many times. I'm never anybody who's more ambitious than me and brings the mole. Good on them. I think that's awesome. All right, There's not a lot of great percentages in here. By the way, if you buy a new Quantum Drive, buy a Spectre. I did analysis today, every distance up to the Spectre. Yeah, the Spectre's a very good, you know, Spectres are good. Siren's good as well. VK00 is good. A good all-arounder, of course, is going to be your Atlas Drive. Oh, do I have a couple there I need to scan still? Grift says, hey, Mass, how you doing? I hope long scan will be fixed. Yeah, I hope it will get fixed too. You know, being able to tell what things are at a distance would really allow us to approach those single rocks. The Expanse approach used CAD. Oh, a 6-DOF joystick. Yeah, I would like to mess around with one of those. I'm not sure I'm going to invest in one anytime soon. I just got dual T6000s. They all right, but I should have went with the VKBs. ESR, you know what? I have the 1600s or thousands or whatever they are. I agree. I mean, there's nothing wrong. They're all right. You know what? But fortunately, it wasn't a massive investment. You know what I mean? And they can be a good backup set of sticks eventually. You know, prioritize getting some VKBs next year. But yeah, man, go with the VKBs at some point. I would highly recommend it. They're just your best bang for your buck. Voyage is got good. Yeah, Voyage not bad. Hey. All right, you guys. So we're gonna start kind of pulling this stuff in. We got some hundos that we need to grab first, and we'll prioritize those. I also own the dual 60s. Want to order BKB 810, but the right one isn't. Yeah, it's important that you get exactly what you want to get for sure. All right. Well, that's a couple of good rocks right off the bat. I thought there was one more. Did I miss scanning one in there? Oh, yeah, there was an extra one in here. No big deal. We scanned most of them, so we're still in pretty good shape. Ah, that's a hundo, though. We need that. Our good mining space trucking sticks, and yes, the BKBs are just a great stick. So there's a 60, there's a 15. Okay, let's start going up from here. There's a 22. All right, there's a 9, there's some Garbola, there's a 44, and there's a .77. Oh, here's a giant hundo right in front of us, though. Let's grab that guy. Yeah, I'm good. Going directly for premiums. Yeah, the premiums are the way to go. The dual VK, that's what I have. Is right and left VKBs. You know, and I just absolutely adore them. All right, is there a third one back there? Oh yeah, this is another one back here. Right behind this 100%er is maybe another good rock. Let's find out. No, nothing. All right, so let's go ahead now. We want to. That 60%er looks like it's right up our alley. I think that's the highest other percentage from there. So it's going to be interesting to see. There is a mid-20s amount of Quantanium in here, but we're going to find out if we can pull it all on board or not. So that's a 15%er. That's a 22. That's a 9. There's a 44. So the next ones are these 40 ones. I rock the dual VKBs, Logitech TPM3 pedals. I use a face tracking app. Nice. Oh, on my phone, that's cool. Funny thing is, my VKBs will be replacing my 19-year-old Cytec X52s. Those are sweet, right? Those old Cytecs were sweet. I thought there was another 40%er-ish thing somewhere. Am I not doing it, looking right? There's a 16. Oh, what's this guy back here? Another one I didn't scan. What the heck? They're everywhere. What is this guy? 251. At a hundo? What the heck? That's awesome. All right, that's going to give us definitely mid-level Quantanium. 26 SC. So 15, 9. I think we're getting there. I think we're down to the last of it. This 15%er will just 22%er will kind of top us off. All right, well, we'll take that, you guys. That's not a bad run. That is over 20 SCU, over 25 SCU actually, and we'll just kind of grab the sticks and start heading on in. How's the servers doing, V? Last night they were rough. Mass. They're better this morning so far. VKBs are solid during heated PvP. I pulled my desk at me. I settled down, but they are solid sticks. Yeah, that's I think that they are solid sticks. I for what you pay for them, it's the price to performance. I think so far, I will say the servers seem okay to me this morning. And by the way, 22 likes already to this morning. Thank you so much, you guys. That's awesome. The likes really do bring new people to the channel, and we've been doing really good lately. And of course, with 319 coming up, spreading as much love as we can out there, because we're definitely going to be doing a lot of 319 testing. Metaphysical Bravo, how are you this morning, sir? Nice to see you. Yay, a working server. Yeah, I know what you mean, man. So far, I've been able to come out to the Halo, find myself 26 SCU, and I'm heading in. We still got to get it in the hopper, but so far, so good. And we're going to head back out and do one more run for Quantanium. And then I may pull the Vulture and do what somebody suggested, which is called, like, just kind of speed running through the Halo with the Vulture, looking for the scrap pieces. And it doesn't involve scanning. It's just kind of like a passive scanning type thing. When will it be available on the PTU? Oh, 319? My hope is that it's going to be somewhere within the next week or two, Juan Carlos. I really hope that it's going to be sometime in the next week or two. Any recommendations for a standalone breakout box for mining? Now, are you talking to Grave like just like something that, has some components on it for, I articulating the laser, but it's kind of like its own little thing. Is that what you're talking about, Grave? I just want to make sure we are on the same page with that. ESR Tech says, my biggest problem, I got the one chair that mounts don't really fit due to how bottom chair is. So I had to get mounts to strap to the armrest, which is allow movement. Yeah, definitely, ESR, there's a balancing act, right, between like what desk you have, what chair you have, how to set those. Right now, I actually set my VKBs up on my desk, and it's not ideal, although I do okay with it. Definitely, if they were more down lower, it would be great. And I am, I'm gonna have to definitely do some kind of a cockpit rig type of thing when I build my when I work on my studio later this summer. Why not get desk mounts? It's Scarred. Hello, good sir. Hey, you guys are all chatting with each other. I would need a new desk for that. Yeah, that's right? There's always the desk thing, like what desk do you have? Does it have the ability to clamp onto it like Grift is saying? There's always that kind of stuff that's, it's an interesting thing. Now I'm in a little room. I think this room that I'm in here is like maybe an 8 by, this is my office. I would say it's an 8 by 12. Well, one thing I really do like about this office room is I can actually do a 180, like turn around in my chair, and I have a desk against the other wall with my other computer. So I can actually kind of do a 180, go to my one computer, do a 180, come back to this one. It is funny. I really have not transitioned to the new computer for streaming. For whatever reason, everything's set up and works really good at 1440p. So the only thing I may do with this box is replace the 3070 at some point. And eventually I got to go to the 2 PC stream and get all that stuff set up, but I'm not going to mess around with that until I mess around with my studio a little bit. And then eventually I'm probably going to get a camera too at some point. You're probably going to show you my ugly mug at some. I have mounts to clamp onto the edge that are easily removable. That's cool. Yeah, with the way I sit, my feet are up on the desk chair, low. Yeah. You can flip mounts. Yep. There are definitely tons and tons of different types of mounts. I really need the all-new desk chair setup. Yeah, it's a really good thing to look at it kind of as a whole unit, ESR. I think you're absolutely hitting on something that's important. There's First Alarm. That doesn't surprise me. We've heard it so early. There was kind of a, there's another Hondo type of thing. I didn't get all of them scanned, but there's plenty of time. We're still in really good shape here, so no big deal. All right, there you go where my legs are. Yeah, I hear you. All right, so we're kind of coming in here. I'm calling for a landing now. And that ought to tell you right there, just the fact that I called for a landing and got a response that quickly. Right now, this server is not that taxed with the Xenothreat madness. You know what I mean? So that's a good thing. So... Alright, we're going to bring this guy in. Building a mini office in my bedroom. Yeah, exactly. I am, definitely, with one of my daughters is moving out, I'm definitely going to take over one of, like, her room and get that organized and kind of, get my 2 or 3 systems set up in there. I really want to build the 2 PC stream. At that point, get a capture card and start going for a little higher quality, a little higher resolutions and that type of thing. All right. Kind of pivot this guy down. Good. So far, so good. All right. That wasn't a bad landing. We'll take it. We'll do our post-flight here. All right. The you, and you. All right. Kill those engines, and down we go. Sounds like, V, you're going to do a Nubifier sim. I don't know how crazy I'm going to get, but eventually I'd love to build something where I've got kind of a simulated type thing. Hey, Knots, welcome. How are you, sir? Good morning. Nice to see you. Knot says, good morning, everybody. Drac says, the hospital bed will recover thirst and hunger to 99% for free. It does, Drac, but remember, it doesn't actually cure the state. So even though it brings you up to 99%, and it does, oh boy. Oh, you guys. Elevator called. I'll give it a second. But this is not good. I haven't had it where an elevator hasn't showed up in a while, but I've got Quantanium on board. And I'm not monkeying around here. Hold on. That's the last call I can make. I'm going to keep an eye on it as I'm wandering away. Wow. Well, that's not good. Let's go ahead and jump in here and see if we can get over to a pad and get this thing down. And this is probably not going to end well. So we did not get an elevator. Oh, exit to menu. Works for me. It never works for me to do that, but let me think about that. Yeah, I think I'm just going to try and hit a pad real quick. You know, the pads are really close. If this is going to be close, it's going to be ugly for sure.
You are clear to launch.
Well, Motion, the problem is it doesn't always store my ship. My ships go to claim if I leave this thing on the pad and I just go to menu, it will. It's not just a fine. It will just go to claim and I won't have the stuff. That's what it's always done for me. That's just me being as honest as possible. Up I go. Okay. Now the good news is the pads are just right over here, right? It's literally right there. So I'm going to go jump on a pad. And I'll jump on that shorter one. Just less running I have to do. All right.
And please visit again.
Uh-oh. All right. All right, we're looking like we're pretty centered. All right. Let's see if we can make it here. Now, this is me. It doesn't always recognize the stuff's in the pad, though. That's the real problem. But this is really our best bet. Now I'm getting this. It's not letting me out. Okay. We're hitting all the issues. All right, let's run for it. Hopefully we'll get a. Yeah, you can land on the pads without calling the ATC. You absolutely can. Wow. This elevator's not working either. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Okay. Well, it looks like we're going to try this other path. I mean, this is getting dicey now. Oh, nope, we're menuing it. I can hear the thing going now. I don't really know what else to try, you guys. I don't think it's... I could hear it going. Like, you know, we were out of time. All right, well, it is what it is. I mean, if the elevators aren't working, then the elevators are not working. And now that's new. I mean, don't get me wrong. The elevator never works in the refinery there. But as far as, you know, 2 elevators in a row, that's the first time that's ever happened to me. Where literally 2 elevators wouldn't open. I did an exit to menu. Yeah, the elevators got stolen by Xenothreat. They did. You know, and it is what it is, you guys. This is the type of stuff that's been happening. This is what people are talking about, you know. I mean, I come in with Quantanium, I land, I can't get an elevator, I fly out to a pad, I can't get an elevator. I was forced to go to the menu, you know. Hey, thank you, Griff. You have a lovely day, sir. It's nice. Thank you for stopping in. By the way, 30 likes, you guys. We're rocking that part of things. I've been having issues with elevators this patch. Astro, I have 2, but that's the first time I've had it where in live that I haven't had 2 elevators in a row not happen. Should have warned you for a parking violation. Yeah, it should have. Have noticed when elevator shows it is at the location you're at, it usually does not work. That's a good point, Worm, and I think I noticed that as well. Run right to ASOP thing first. Sometimes it doesn't store PES. Yeah. It's interesting. Guys, get V to 50 likes today. Thanks, Griff. That's awesome. So we're going to go ahead and see what we got here. I mean, it's not ideal. There's really no way that's not going to be in play. You know, in my mind, because I was on a pad, like, I may have been okay if I had gone to menus when I was in the, but anyways, any regards into a patch other than the garbage Xylo said? Nah, Stitch, it's basically that's where we're at, is what, you know, and the one thing I will say is I know Xylo means what. He's just going with the information he has that day. You know, it's, you know, certainly not ideal. But, you know, one thing I will say is, I don't think Star Citizen is doing themselves a favor advertising right now because the game's really not playable. Elevators are fine for me, just calling them not an ATC at this board. Well, that was weird, ESR. As I was on my way in, I called, and it was, yeah, I mean, I called and immediately got a thing. If it lets you back in, it will let me back in, sir. I mean, I'll get back in. Kojak, hey, Coach, how you doing, man? Silas says, I had no elevators work last night, 30K while carrying refined quant. Hopefully I can get that back. Yeah, that's the thing. The 30K protection hasn't been good. I don't know why they would leave Xenothreat until the second. Nobody's even playing Xenothreat. Just shut up. Mass, I could not agree with you more, man. To me, right now, Xenothreat is an impediment to people playing. You know, so it's just, there's no point in playing it. Oh, look at that. I was going to say.
Report for duty when you can.
You know, they just...
PIC Rowena Dooley of the Advocacy.
Dooley, get away from me, Dooley. Look at this, still on the pad!
Help from a pilot like you could make all the difference.
It's still on the pad, you guys. What the heck? Can I get out of here? Can I hurry up and get down to the... What the heck? None of the elevators are working! Called! I can't stop. I can't do anything. Oh, there's one. We're gonna run. I mean, I guess I'm gonna just run down and see if I can get the stuff off of it. There's no way that thing's gonna blow up before I get to... This is hilarious. Oh boy, I don't know if I should try and store it because I don't think I can. I'm just going to try and run down to the refinery and see if there's anything left. I don't think there will be, but let's just try nonetheless. I don't know what's going on, you guys. We're gonna find out. All right, I'm running. I could hear it go into its very, very grumpy, like, double alarm thing already when I ran out to the after the second elevator didn't work. When I was approaching it, I could hear it in its grumpy, like, state. So I have a feeling this is just going to be inert material on here. That's okay though. You can't store on the pads, right? So that's why I'm trying desperately to get that stuff into the refinery. But it probably just was too much time. Although we're going to find out right now. Prospector 1. Okay, what about Prospector 2? Okay, Prospector 1. Hey, it's still in there. Dynex, get quote, confirm. Boom. Hey, we made it, you guys. It was there. That's awesome. I did not expect that to end well. That's cool. We'll take it. The funny thing is their excuse for leaving Xenothreat on was because they wanted to fix issues that were because they needed to have. Yeah, I understand, Skitch. They were having problems with it before. So Drag says, "Woo, yeah." Don't know why they. Yeah, you can't store from the pads, but at least you can land on the pads, and and they they do work. It is interesting to me. I don't see it anymore, though. I wonder if I go out to one of the pads, is it still out there? Is it gone now? It's so weird. It was on the pads, but now where did it go? Now the thing is the elevator's definitely not. They never work down here, so I got to go back to the menus anyways. So that's a for sure thing. Now I knew that. I always know that they don't work down here. So you always kind of at Arc L4 you always have to go back to menus to get upstairs. So let's go ahead and knock that part out. Oh, Star Citizen doing Star Citizen things. But at least we got that in the hopper. They need to add a personal setting where you can set a preference for pad or hanger. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea. But as long as you could store off those pads, yeah, those pads need to be every place you need to go. Only the hanger if you're staying long. I don't disagree with that, ESR. And for the most part, if pads were working good and I knew I was heading right back out, that's what I would do every time. That's just me being honest. If I could just use the pad, land on it, go down and throw the stuff in the hopper and come back out and leave, I'd do it every time. But there have been times when like the pad doesn't recognize what's in it or that type of thing. So, it's not consistent enough for it doesn't work consistently enough the same way to trust it. So, for the most part, I like to fly how you normally fly, land in your hangar and that type of thing, but who knew? I mean, it does go to show you, though, I landed in the hangar. I could not get an elevator. I left the hangar. I landed on the pad. I could not get an elevator. I went back to menus, got back in the game, and then still ended up being able to get the stuff off there by running down to the refinery real quick. So, I mean, that's Star Citizen doing Star Citizen things. Here's the weird thing about this, though, right? And you guys know this. If you didn't know all the little tips, tricks, it's like a Star Citizen, I've always had this analogy. It's a little bit like owning an old car. It's like, when you get in that old car, that you have to push in the cigarette lighter to get the seatbelt to lock. That you need to toggle the rear defrost switch to get the wipers to work. I mean, you earn your stripes in Star Citizen that way, the same way. There's just a bunch of stuff that doesn't work, and you try to avoid all that stuff. Good luck. I haven't gotten anything to scan in any amount of reasonable time in the last few days. Well, Grump, I did find by the way, Grumpy, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the channel. By the way, 38 likes, you guys, already. We're doing great today. So Grump, I was just saying, I just got 26 SU to the hopper, but yeah, no, there's definitely some headwinds. It's been challenging for sure. Serp says, need to add a refinery terminal and a delivery dispensary on pads for quick drop-offs. That's another thing too. Serp, you're not wrong. It's like, why do I have to run downstairs to, why can't I just land on the pad and then just, you know, just deal with the refinery, like, you know, like, even if there was a kiosk sitting out, I mean, it is a weird thing to have to run downstairs and use a refinery terminal. But it's, you know, and like there's a time, you would think that the people who Quantanium mine would be like, guys, can we come up with a better system than me having my ship blow up when I'm in the elevator on my way down to the refinery? Would be a nice addition. You get some car with hangars so many times have to go back to the Vulture to move cargo out. Hey, Kojak! Thank you, sir! I appreciate that truly. New hand miner. I love it. Such a PETA when you got 10 minutes of... Yeah, it's exactly 10 minutes of trans. We shouldn't have to use all these workarounds. It's true. You've really got to know them all. It's like I said, it's a little bit like owning an old car in that regard. So it's going to be interesting to see what state this prospector's in. I would imagine it's going to be in claim. It is, of course. Oh, it's still on pad 1 though. So here we go. Now here the elevator worked. Okay. All right, let's go out to pad 1 and let's look at our handy dandy. Agree with Cert. There's a cargo door on those pads after all, right? Yep. Look at, I kind of figured it was going to be in this state. What is... So it blew up because it still felt like there was refined material in there, I think, is the idea. I don't think there's going to be any way to climb up in here. Kojak, thank you very much, sir. That's very kind of you. Truly appreciate that. That will absolutely go... Now, is this going to work? Oh, good. That will absolutely go a long ways towards, you know, getting some good coffee around these parts. I truly appreciate that. You know, real-life truckers bring a load in and then run through the entire... Yeah, exactly. Also remember the 3119, the new hand mining coming in the Sandy case. So, yeah, I mean, there is the new hand mining with the Janonite, I think it's called. All right, this says it's on pad 1. Is there anything that I can... Oh, I can just claim. All right, we'll claim. I'll bite. Thank you so much, Kojak. That's so kind of you. Real-life truckers wait 30 days to get paid. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that, Greg. The ship blew, but it saved your unstable ore before you logged. It did. So.
Thank you.
All right, so we're okay though. The thing is, we have 2 prospectors. I guess I am gonna go out and do another prospector run, even though that was so sketchy. So we do have prospector 2. Let's go ahead and do a pre-flight on that. We're just gonna proceed like nothing bad ever happened. You know, put on the horse blinders and off we go. Sharp, how you doing? Nice to see you. Had off to you space for your endurance of plane. I mean, yes, well, I appreciate that, and you're not wrong. It definitely has had its moments, Sharp. Including it just had its moments. 2 elevators in a row failed me, but I still managed to get the stuff in the hopper. We're gonna go out one more time. I am gonna do a second prospector run. It's, you know, it's not a bad idea for people to kind of have an opportunity to learn, you know, some of the kind of mitigating things that you can do to try and deal with when things don't work. So, if not anything, we're studying the best possible example we can. So we're going to head over to Hangar 1 and head back out to the Halo and find some more stuff. 40 likes, by the way. It's awesome. And, yeah, then we're going to, you know, come back and see if we... Then I am going to grab the Vulture, and we're going to head back out to the Halo, and we're going to try something somebody suggested to me as a way to quickly, or as a quicker way to locate panels in the Halo to salvage than just kind of going around doing the kind of the scanning that I'm doing. So we're going to give that a try and see how it goes. Now, that's going to be some high-speed flying in the air and Halo with the Vulture. So, Drac, you'll probably want to hang on for that. There definitely could be an explosion. So, all right, we're firing up here. We're heading back out to the Halo, even though Arc L4 has not been necessarily very kind to us. We still managed to get it in the hopper. Might be a rare ESR, but is a backpack can equal to half the cargo hold of RMC? Yeah, would do it to some degree. You're probably not wrong there. Kojak. I can't thank you enough. Well, you're welcome, V. I'm looking to upgrade my CPU to the 5800X 3D. First of all, Kojak, I have that. Like I was mentioning earlier, I built a second box. It's a 5800X 3D with a 7900X TX. That's the box behind me. And I adore the 5800X 3D. It is a great chip. It is, to me, if you have an AM4 board, every single person who has an AM4 board who's not the only use case that I can think of, if you have AM4, is if you're doing productivity work. There's no question that that the productivity work, it might be something like a 5900X or something maybe better. But as far as is it over this way? Oh, I turned the wrong way. Interesting. But yeah, I would say outside of productivity work, the 5800X 3D is a fantastic. Oh, you thought the 7900X XTX and the 5800X 3D would be a bad combo? I was getting 200 frames at 4K in Diablo 4 with that combination. No way. I get really good frames in Star Citizen with that combination. Really good frames. The one thing I will say is one of the reasons why I kind of do my streaming with the 3070 still is because the encoder thing is still not I'm still not 100% groovy with the encoding that's going on. But I'm going to set up, this 3070 is going to have a capture card in it. And eventually I'll be playing on that machine and doing a capture card on this machine before streaming. So remember the changes to inventory. You can mouse grab any items on ground around you and drop them in your backpack. Just inner thought, pick them up. Yeah, that's a very good tip. Oh my God, I can't wait for D4. Astro, I'm in the same boat. I'm really excited about. Don't get me wrong, nothing's going to take me away from playing Star Citizen. I love Star Citizen. And I'm always going to mine in Star Citizen. I'm always going to be interested in resources, manufacturing, locating, and allocating resources in Star Citizen. I love this game. So I'm never leaving Star Citizen. But I definitely am going to play some D4. I mean, there's no way. I adored it. I played both weekends. I thought it was great. I wish that there was a Paladin class, but other than that, I have a 5600X and a 6700XT. Yeah, man, there's nothing wrong with that. ESR, now ESR, do you play at 1080p or 1440p? Because that's probably a fine 1440p box right there. Aocean, so hand mining isn't a pain but fast now. Oh, interesting. I'll have to check that out. Diablo 4 Sharp is what we're talking about. It's the new Diablo game coming out. So that's what we're talking about. All right, and I will say, like, I'm gonna probably play a main rogue, Astro. I'm here nor there. I mean, the barbarian just seems like it's just not. I really want to play a melee class. The barbarian doesn't seem like it's. Paladin or Valkyrie would be nice. Even a Death Knight would be fine. Something that's a knight class. 6700 XT, excellent. DDR5 cells, yeah, similar to ESR. That's cool. 7, 6. All right, boom. All right, perfect. Here we are. All right, one more run here in the old Prospector, and we'll see how it goes. And, obviously our biggest concern is going to be when we're taking it back, are we going to get an elevator or not? I'll probably do a source and a barb. I did a sorcerer, was the main that I did in the betas or whatever, and I did enjoy it. All right, there's a 45 ping. It's great at 1440. I have to force the monitor to use that in stock 1080, but I just do. Yeah, well, and there's nothing wrong with 1080p. That's absolutely fine. That's the real thing that people really. Oh wow! Right off the bat, you guys, there's a great big cluster, and probably we'll see. All right, well, we'll take it. I'll 90 ping that, and then I'll go do another collapse ping on it, and then we'll go ahead and just get one of these to turn into a rock icon for me. There we go. And we'll approach this and see what we have. ESR question I'll take on Windows. Yeah, I have a Windows 10 box and a Windows 11 box. I actually prefer 10. Well, 11 is starting to get a little better. Yeah, Linux. Oh, yeah, that's a good way to go as well. I mean, I don't have the patience to, you know, I messed around with Red Hat a bunch when I was a kid, but I don't have the patience anymore for it. And I feel bad saying that because I really should have the patience for it, but these are not going to be Quantanium, so we're just going to move on. Although I am kind of curious what these are. Linux box is my firewall. Ah, Nobara. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Let's go ahead and move on here. So a 45 ping. Oh, there's something right out in front of us. What's that? That's a 17 hundo. All right, we'll expand out to a 90 ping. Nothing doing there. A Fedora spin. Most of it is out of the box setup for gaming and content creation. Nice. All right. 1700. So I have been debating with myself. I really wanted to go to 4K this year on my channel. And I've decided that the 7900 XTX... Now, don't get me wrong. I won't know officially until I get a capture card set up in my second PC. But I will tell you that you definitely cannot single box 4K with the 7900 XTX as well as have OBS running at the same time and capture in 4K. So maybe the capture card will sort that out, and I hope it does. But, you know, if I can't, man, I've been really debating with myself whether or not I should wait for the next gen or break down and see, and maybe get a 4090 system. I don't know. I don't want to. I think I would rather save my money for next gen, but I'm not going to put out any 4K content at all. Unless I were to do something like that. These are Q types. Let's approach them and see what we have. So I don't know. I've been going back and forth with myself. Like, I don't necessarily. I was hoping that the XTX was going to be enough card to kind of handle it all. But it's not a bad. It's a great card. It's not a bad card at all. But it's not quite as 4090-ish as I'd hoped. When 11 has a Linux core built into it. Yes, I did know that. That's exactly right. All right, what do we have here? First rock was not good. This rock is not going to be great either. Probably like a 17%er or something. That's... Oh, you've mined in the... you've mined in the Halo a little too long when you can look at these two boxes here and that's going to be a 17%er. That's worse. Oh, boy. That's sad. I want to be proud of that, but I don't know that I don't know that I am. It's a monolithic core at best, but just stripped down if you're referring to WSL emulator. Oh, just emulation, yeah. All right, so we're going to continue on here. That was funny. I never looked that deep into it. Yeah. All right, there's a 1700. And a 5100. We definitely will not approach 5100s. They're not Quantanium. GitHub is now 70% owned by Microsoft. Yeah. It's interesting. I was watching how that Microsoft thing was going down with Blizzard as well, with Activision. It's going to be interesting to see if Microsoft pulls off buying Activision or not. These are not going to be Quantanium, and I say that because they're too spread out, in my opinion. I'm going to look at them individually, but I don't think that they're Quantanium at all. I'm going to fly kind of past them. Nope. Nope. All right. I thought I'd double check. All right. We'll keep on keeping on. I did see the triple Q type in the Halo, but the percent was crud. Ah. Yeah. I've never found where 3 rocks have been Quantanium. I found it one time, but I was convinced there was kind of a secret hidden 4th rock that I couldn't see. Out of the 50 or 60 or 70 times I've looked at 5100 signature values. Here we go. Well, that's even a very tight, scan cluster as well. The diamond icons are very tightly pressed together. It's set up the same way on Android or Chromebooks, so you can run Linux apps or an OS equiv sandbox. I just gave up on Windows. Yeah, I mean, there's no question. Windows just takes an enormous amount of your resources. I am interested in this. I will say one thing. As far as 3-packs go, that's about as close as you're going to see them packed together. Now, that can be indicative of it being Quantanium. But I can tell you right now, this is not Quantanium. Because 3 rocks is never Quantanium. Aren't it? It just never is. It's a P-type. But I did get suckered into it because it was such a tight... the diamond clusters were so tightly pressed together. It was definitely worth a look. 1700. Because that's one of the ways that you can tell if it's going to be Quantanium when it's in a cluster. Generally, is if it's a bunch of rocks, is how tightly packed together they are when you do the secondary ping and you get the diamond icons. Well, I'm gonna get out of here and go try some hand mining. Don't like caves. I can't see in the dark. Press T on your helmet, Drac. And make sure, Drac, also make sure you buy some of those pink flares and attach them. You have them attached to your shoulders and turn them on. You activate them and have them attached to your shoulders, and they provide a hell of a glow. You can have 2 of those on turned on while you're in the cave. So use your helmet. Use your helmet flashlight, and also get the flares and activate those and put them on your shoulders. You can actually wander around and have a heck of a cool glow going. Daco try a cave near Lorville. It's get a decent spawn of Hadnot. Yeah, that one by Lorville does. Cannot see the asteroid type in scan mode. You can see the asteroid type in scan mode, but by the time, Arthur, that you're that close to it, you might as well just pull out the mining laser. You can't at a distance, unfortunately. So if I'm looking at this 1700, right, and then I do a collapsed ping, and then I'm scanning this, it'll give me a rock icon, but it will not tell me the scan results at all. Right, so I can't get any scan results at a distance, even though I'm constantly trying to scan it. So the only thing you can do at that point is approach them. And when you approach them, you can pull out the mining laser at 1,000, and it will normally just tell you what it is. So that's what I found is the most efficient way to do it, Archer. But it's until they get that kind of the long, where you can do the scan at a distance kind of fixed again, because it used to work, but it doesn't now. But overall, it's still in a lot better place than it used to be. There's another 5100. I'm not going to approach that one. Be right back. Get a late lunch. No problem, Ocean. I got the flares, but never managed to make the flashlight. Or you got to press T. You got to have a helmet, Drac, that has a flashlight on it. But then you press T on your keyboard, and that will turn it on. And so if you have the Arrow, Gray Cat, or whatever, or certain ones, you can buy the helmet, and if you hit T, it will turn it on. You can buy different helmets and look at the ones, but like Pembroke, Novikov, the Arrow, they all have lights on them. LOL with the mole, I just roll up and do a visual flyby and turn around if it's a queue. Yeah, that's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's another way to do it for sure. And I can understand why it would be, that's a smart way to do that one. Space, I have a question for you in chat. I just finished a job in the refinery that wouldn't store in my cargo ship display, changing servers a few times. It is still there. So it's still showing it in the refinery? It's still showing that job in the refinery, Metaphysical? I've heard of that happening. I would say you might want to jump on the issue council, and because I know that's been reported, and see if anybody knows a workaround for it. I definitely do not know a workaround for that particular issue, but it does. I know that that's been reported to the issue council. So jump on the issue council and see if anybody has a fix for it there. That's probably what I would suggest, Metaphysical. I got Pembroke set, all copper looking. Yeah, that's gotta, when you have that helmet on, you press T, Drac, it will give you a flashlight. I thought they all had a helmet. Not all of them have helmet lights. Some of them don't. T is for torch. That's the English version for flashlight. Yes, that is true. Oh, cool. I'll try that. Yeah, no problem. I hope that helps, Metaphysical. I can't promise, but I would say that, you do have people where they say they work around stuff like that. And that would probably be your best bet. This is not Quantanium, so we'll just kind of keep on keeping on. What is this guy? 17 hundo. It's L for lights when you're inside the ship. Yep, but it's T when you're kind of first person. T for torch. All right, 45. Let's do a 90. 45 likes. We're almost there, you guys. Heck, in under 2 hours, too. That usually takes longer than that. You guys have been good to me today. I appreciate it. The cool thing is there's so many new folks that are showing up on the channel now. And it's going to be... I'm really going to enjoy this whole 319 thing. Learning all of the new things about, and don't get me wrong. I know there's going to eventually, it's going to water down to a specific meta. But, I'm definitely going to really take my time and enjoy kind of testing the mining changes and getting used to it and giving my perspective on it. When in ship, it's L for lights because consistently, yes, exactly. All right, so we're just pinging away here. We're definitely looking for one more Quantanium node to mine. And I'm just cruising along, doing different types of scans. 45s. Oh, there's a 3400. Let's go ahead and go check this guy out. Right next to each other as well. Let's go ahead and create the rock icon by long kind of holding. Yep. And then I'll roll back to a 90 ping. That will keep the opportunity marker right out in front of me. And I will just ping that one more time as we approach. There they are. And we'll go ahead and get a visual on these when we get close. Looking forward to salvage contracts. I agree with that, ESR. And I am very much looking forward to the tractor beam stuff. I really can't wait till they get the SRV in the game. I think that's going to be one of the biggest game-changing ships. This is definitely Quantanium. So let's approach and see if there's anything worth mining here. This is not going to be a great rock. Probably a 10%. Oh, okay, that's a blue cap, actually. Alrighty. Big old sip of coffee here. Also not a great rock. Rinse and repeat. We'll keep on keeping on. All right, back to a 45 ping. Well, the order is 22 SCU, and I have both Cutlass Black and a Free Fly MSR. I took the 55 SCU and the MSR yesterday, no worries, but this one job wouldn't store on a ship. Yeah, that is weird that it's just one job and it's being grumpy like that. You might try, obviously, and you probably have, try it on different ships. You might even consider, if you have a little extra scratch, run a Cutlass Black and see if it'll go on that, But I would also, like I said, the issue council would be the place that I would at least look to see if anybody's got a workaround. All right, we're going to do a 180 ping here. What do we have there? 17 hundo. What do we have here? 34 hundo. Cool. Do a collapse ping on that guy. All right, they're right next to each other. We'll go ahead and get the rock icon going there. That's fine. Then I'll roll back to a 90 scan, and as soon as I lose that rock icon, it will disappear here in a sec. I'll ping back out again, get the opportunity marker again. Then I will just kind of rinse and repeat, collapse that, and keep on heading towards these guys. And we will eventually pull out our mining laser and give them a visual. So yes, My real hope, honestly, like I said, is that 319 goes sometime in the next 2 weeks. Just checking the issue council now. Yep. What do we have here? These are not Quantanium. You can see that they're just not, so we're just going to keep on buzzing past. Okay. All right. There's a 45 ping with nothing. Here comes a 90 ping. All righty. 17 hundo and 5100. We will not approach a 5100. 90 ping away. There's another 17 hundo. All right, we're moving along. So once we find something out here to mine this time, like I said, we're going to go back and grab the vulture, and we're going to try to do a little bit of a vulture-y type speed scan type procedure, flying through the halo, looking for scrap icons. It's kind of a high-speed maneuver, so we're definitely going to give that a try once we kind of complete here. So there's a 180 ping. What do we have over here? 17 and 17. All right, we need to be going a little faster than that. That's good. Pick that speed up a little bit. Ping out on a 45, ping out on a 90, and then ultimately ping out on a 180. If you're not seeing anything. All right, what do we have here? That's a 17 hundo. Keep on moving. 49 likes, you guys. We're almost there. Isn't that cool? Okay, 45 ping, boom. 90 ping, boom. Kind of quiet out here. 180 ping. Ooh, nothing on a 180 ping either. All right, we'll collapse back down to a 45. Let's see if anybody's... Oh, there's definitely... Looks like Tolstoy's on the chat over there. Holy smokes. But there's several pings in a row of no icons. I am beginning to wonder, are we... Where are we at? BWin is struggling a bit. Server FPS is there. Gear is down. I don't know why that is. Let's go ahead and do that. Alright, there's a 45 ping. There's a 90 ping. And there is a 180 ping. Ah, there we go. We're starting to... Alright, so we can just... 0. Turn that back off. Baron Von Scruff. Okay, so new miner here. What are you looking for to visually identify a quant rock? Well, the first thing that we look for, Baron, is an opportunity marker like this, right? So now that we have an opportunity marker, the next thing we're looking at is our signature value. 3400 tells me that that's 2 rocks up there. So the next thing I want to do then is I fire a ping. You know, and here I'll kind of show you again here. So it's a 90. It starts as an opportunity marker. Then I collapse my ping down to 2 degrees. Then I ping it again. That shows me where the rocks are at. Those are diamond icons right there. And then I push and hold and do what's called a longer scan on them. That's going to give me a rock icon. But then at that point, I have to approach them visually. Unfortunately, there is like the scanning mechanic that would normally allow me to tell from a distance what they are is just not working right. So then I have to kind of approach them and give them a visual. And if they have, you know, and then visually, Quantanium looks different than the other rocks. So as we're coming in here, I can tell this is not Quantanium because there's no orange on these rocks at all. So I just happen to know this is going to be like a P type or an M type. It's an E type. There we go. So you can kind of, and that's kind of the process. So once again, just to talk you through it a little bit, Baron, you can see I am facing a quantum marker that I've already preset. That's going to be where I return to. I send out a ping. This is a 90-degree ping. I get an opportunity marker. I look at the opportunity marker and check the RS signature value on it over there on the port side of the UI. That's a 1700, so I know it's a single rock. Rocks are in factors of 1700, so 1700 is a single rock, 3400 is 2 rocks, that type of thing. I don't approach 1700s and I don't approach 5100s. The rest of them I do approach just because they, you want to give them a visual and see if they are Quantanium. But that's the only way to do it, is to give them a visual. Yes, they do. And you'll see, I mean, there's lots of pictures of what Quantanium looks like, but it's just got a bunch of orange marbling through it, and you can see it. It's very easy. Yeah, no problem, man. I'm always happy to help. And if you have, first of all, welcome aboard. I appreciate you coming on board. You've come to the right place if you're a noob miner. We love helping mining people out here. So if you have any questions, please, this is the community to share them with. We're happy to have you here. So this is essentially what the channel is built for people that have questions about mining in Star Citizen. That's what we do here. 1700, 1700. All right, 1700. Anything above 10K is worth checking, definitely. Well, I checked 6800s, and I checked 8500s as well. And I checked 3400s. I never check 5100s or 1700s. That's just my own, little rules, just because for efficiency's sakes. But we'll go ahead and approach these rocks here, and let's get a visual on them and see what we got. Hey, there's a salvage icon over there, by the way, guys. That's probably a ship, so that's kind of interesting. All right, as we're approaching these, I can already tell these are Quantanium. I know that you probably couldn't, but here, if I show you, you can see there's orange in these rocks, right? I'll get a little closer so you can see it. See the orange in them, the rust color? This tells me it's Quantanium for sure. I'll just pull out the mining laser and we'll go in here and take a look at it. All right, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Let's go ahead and we'll approach this rock first because it's closer. Now, I'm going to shoot the rock one time. That just kind of helps prep it. You can see right now, I don't have a yellow eye. Like, it hasn't given, now it's going to start giving me the scan results. Yeah, I did mining in Elite Dangerous, and when I started playing SCI initially against mining, but now I've gotten more to mining to go along with. So, yeah, it's exactly right. Once you kind of get into an industrial thing, you start maybe, opening up to other industrial things. Ardayak, welcome to the channel. That would be an 890 likely, usually only the ones that, yes, it's either an 890 or a C2. I see a lot of those out here too, Ardayak for sure. But no, I actually did some mining in Elite Dangerous too, Baron, back in the day. I did the deep core mining in Elite Dangerous, really enjoyed it for a while, but Star Citizen has become my mining jam. Neither one of these two have anything worth mining in it though. That's 2% Quantanium, and that is 3% Quantanium. So moving on, we're just going to go ahead and rinse and repeat and keep on flying here. All right, so we're going to go ahead and V out here and just do another 45 ping to begin with. And then a 90 ping. And that's a 17 hundo down there. So we'll just keep on rolling. And, yeah, now we have found nice Quantanium on this run as well. But what we haven't found is, something, we've already hauled 25 SCU into the hopper, 26 SCU into the hopper. So, we're not doing too bad, but we definitely have, we definitely want to start locating another cluster here pretty quickly, if we can get lucky here. I found a lot of MSRs in the Halo. Yeah, there are, and C2s, yeah, there are different types, but I see a lot of 890s as well, which is, can be kind of weird. Oh, here's an interesting 34 hundo there. Oh, wow. There's a heck of a cluster here, though, as well. So we're going to fly past that. Here's a single rock down here. Then there's a cluster down there. All right, what that? Oh, that's a single Quantanium rock. So let's go ahead and at least... Let's go down and at least look at this guy. Not going to be a great rock. Nope, that's a 10%er, so that's not going to work for us. I'm going to go back to do a 180 ping, because I got stuff right out in front of me. Yeah, I was going to say, there's a whole bunch of stuff right in front of me. Look at all these opportunity markers. All right, we're approaching here. We're going to have rocks everywhere here. We got to be careful that we don't get ourselves in a jam. I'm starting to see them now. All right. I'm not expecting this to be quant. It doesn't look like it is. Nope, it's an E-type. All right, we're going to keep on moving then. Let's keep on and move. I kind of fly right through here. Let's do that. Oh, they keep popping up, though. Big cluster, but just not what we're looking for there. All right, 45 ping. Out we go. And then I'll roll it back to a 90 ping. 90 ping did a... There's a 17 hundo. What do we have here? 5100. We don't approach those. Those are never Quantanium. Let's go back out to a 45 ping and send it off. And then a 90 ping. And then a 180 ping. I like to do the 180 ping now and then just to kind of give myself the most opportunity I can. 1700. Now, if you do a 360 ping, it's also going to pick up things behind you, and you don't want to get it to where you're flying over the same old ground. And you definitely can do that in the air and halo if you don't have kind of a quantum marker set and just kind of rinse and repeat and head in the same direction all the time. So this quantum marker is really important. I know it seems crazy, like how can you? But it's somehow you can just. You definitely can find the same rocks. I've done it so many times. That's why I like having kind of a point that I fly towards all the time and just rinse and repeat. Okay. All right, that's a 17 hundo. And what's this guy down here? That's a 17 hundo. We'll keep on moving. So we found probably, since we've come out here, 3 Quantanium nodes, but we just haven't found any more to mine yet. The first time, though, we did get the 26 SCU. And hey, Jag, how are you? It's nice to see you today. Here's another 3400. Let's do a collapse ping on that. That's great. I'll go ahead and do push and hold on my scan now and get the rock icon going. There we go there. And then I just normally keep it out, pull it back out to a 90 ping. And as soon as I lose the opportunity markers, I just go ahead and send out a 90 ping, and off we go there. Jaguar, how have you been? It's nice to see you. Hope that you're well. And we are just cruising along here looking for... Oh, there they are there. They're definitely Quantanium. So let's approach them and see what we got. Yeah, I'm finding that 3400s, many... This is going to be a very nice rock, by the way. This is going to be a good one. So we'll go ahead and shoot this guy and pull the laser back out. That'll give us our scan results. And that is going to be a 48%er. So there we go. That's what you're looking for out here, is that rock right there. That's a 49-48. That is a guaranteed unicorn. Even if it breaks up crummy, you usually would be able to uni your way out of that one. This is also going to be a decent rock. At a 20%er, but I won't need to. I'll only need this one, and we'll just kind of go ahead and I'll go ahead and get the laser fired up. I'm gonna push and hold in G. I'm gonna close my range. Notice I have the light on the port side and the dark on the starboard side. That's to give myself a little contrast. I've gotten myself into an optimal range, and up we go. There she blows. Exactly, Astro. That's exactly right. There she blows. This is a beautiful rock here. It's a 4931 at 48%. So, this is the first part of order of business is to get this guy broke down. Now, this is going to have a very high concentration of, a very high instability. So it's going to take a little while to build energy into this rock. The ones that are like 49, percent, 48% high like that, I normally get, try and close the range and get into, within 6 or 7, just to kind of help with the power building process, because they build a little slower when they're a 48 or a 49% for sure. So this is awesome. 55 likes, you guys. New faces today. Got very nice donations today. Got some coffee money. Kojak joined as a hand miner and gave a nice, a very nice, extra bonus there. I really appreciate that. And yeah, we're doing great today. Now, the servers are being a little grumpy for some of you who are joining a little late. The first time I took in my first load of 26 SCU, I didn't have an elevator. I landed in a pad, didn't get an elevator. I landed on at first I landed in a hangar, didn't get an elevator, then landed on a pad, didn't get an elevator, then went back to menus, then came back into the game and still was able to get that stuff. A mining gadget would help with that one. It would, but it's not necessary, but you're not wrong. Give it a little kiss, basically. Yeah, exactly. You're not wrong, Ocean. Hey, Seagart, how are you? It's nice to see you, sir. Hello, it's been a while, V. I caught you sweet. Yes, it has been a hot minute. I hope that you're doing well, Seagart. It's nice to see you, dude. And so, yeah, 55 likes. We've just had a great day today. And so we're gonna mine this rock, and then we're gonna go, and I'm gonna grab the vulture, and we're gonna do a high speed air and halo run. Yeah, this is a nice rock for sure. We're gonna do a high speed air and halo run, and see how that goes. With the vulture, we're gonna go very, very, very fast and see if we can locate. Salvage and how quickly it takes. I've been trying to pull ships out for the past 2 hours. Gave up and found you streaming, so I guess that's a win. Yeah, Sigurd, you're not the only one who's mentioned that it's been a hot, And I've had my challenges today too. Like I said, I had an issue where I'm trying to crank that. It did get in there, but I managed to. It barely got in there. I had it down low at that point. I'm keeping a good eye on it. It's diving. I'm upping. There we go. Looks like it wants to try and fall out. Nope, now it's coming back up again. Oh, that was a good break. We'll take it. And half this rock is Quantanium, so this is going to have nothing in it. That's a great sign. This is going to be 100% Quantanium. That is 6.9, so that's almost 14 SCU of the good stuff there. Sorry to break from topic, but how was your jeeping last week? It was great. No, the Jeep's doing great, Dave. I'm glad you asked. There's 20 SCU right there. So there's 20 SCU right there, and there is 14 SCU right there. I only have to break those 2 rocks down. So, I am going to scan the rest of these, but yeah, thanks for asking, Dave. We had a lot of fun. All right, that's a 53%er there. One more of these will not have anything in it. Yeah, I was going to say, that doesn't have anything in it. I don't know if this one will either, based on the numbers in my head. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, that's almost an expectation. So I only have 2 of these that I need to break down. I need to break down that hundo, and I need to break down that hundo, and that is going to be a unicorn when I break down those 2 hundos. So let's go ahead and now, as we all know, these small rock breaks are pretty intense. I'm gonna abuse Brants like crazy in this situation. All right, so 4% it was falling out, 9% it pushed in. right, and it's 6%. It seems to be kind of, yeah, okay. So 6% seems like it's holding good there. Hey, JS, nice to see you. Houghton, late keeping. Oh, you know what? I haven't been around Houghton, but I've got some plans to be around Higgins. This summer for sure. Any day jeeping's better than a day. Oh, no question about it. Oh, sorry, you guys. I let it fall out. I was looking at the chat. Yes, any day jeeping or grilling or fishing is better than a day of work. Always. All right, so we've got about 35 seconds left on this branch charge. I'm not going to be able to get it up into the green. But I will fire another branch kind of at the tail end of this one if we need it, and we probably will, because we're going to have a good 15-second rodeo. All right, so 9% seems like it's holding pretty good. Going back up to 12 because it was falling out. We're going to lose the Brant, though, in just a couple of seconds, and I don't want to have this thing get grumpy and lose a lot of my stuff. So I fired up the Brant. Second Brant, and it's worth it because you just, with the lag being the way that it is, you just don't want to overcharge this and blow something up and blow your chance at a unicorn. It's worth every penny to just use that other Brant charge. I would back up a bit for some distance. We're going to be just fine, Knots. All right, so the one thing we want to make sure that we got going is, that extraction mode is being extraction mode. And the reason that sometimes it's not. So you do want to do just a turn and tap, just like I did. I noticed it brought Quantanium on board. It wasn't cooking the rock. So all we got to do is pick up these hundos and we're out of here. Now, just because we've got this stuff on board, it doesn't mean we're going to be okay, because like I said, we did not get 2 elevators at Arkel for the last time. So we'll have to see if we get lucky this next time. What is the hotkey for the charges? Alt 1, Alt 2, and Alt 3 will fire off the Brants. And the Brants have 5 charges each. So you can't really tell how many charges are left, but in order to shoot them off, you do Alt 1, Alt 2, or Alt 3 RDU. So that's how you do that. This is just great. This is an easy peasy lemon squeezy. This was a nice rock. One of the fastest scoops we're ever going to probably have is you just break down 2 rocks and scoop that all and you're topped off. It's pretty amazing. We're just breaking 29 SCU now. 30 SCU. Look at that. We'll be able to leave some for the mining gods. All right. Ding, ding, ding. You know what we do. That is a full unicorn run. Let's go ahead and turn back towards Arkel 4 and start closing the distance here. Believe it or not. Hey, Troll, nice to see you, sir. How have you been? So, full unicorn run right there. Ding, ding, ding. And we are on our way back to Arkel 4. Now, the last time we went to Arkel 4, it was being very grumpy. 2 elevators would not happen. There you go, Clive. Thank you, sir. There's the unicorns. The unicorns come out. I love it. And great time to sip some coffee, and in we go. Now, this is our second run that we've had with the Prospector. We're going to get this in the hopper. Then we are going to pull the Vulture. And we're going to go do... Somebody has suggested that to me that you can do a high velocity air and halo sweep with the Vulture and locate salvage quicker than if you slow scan. And we're just going to give that a try. Got a little beer, got a little happy face, and a little bit of maybe falling down on some beer, and then some crying, then some happy cries. That's a typical night of drinking for me, Troll, right there. I start out with the beer, then I'm happy, and pretty soon I'm incapacitated, and then later on I'm eating a cheeseburger, crying on my couch at 3 in the morning. Just that's my life in troll memes. Anyways, we'll see if we get an elevator here. Now, part of me just wants to land on a pad right to begin with, but I don't know if I should or not. You know, I think maybe I'll just land on a pad to begin with. I won't even bother with. I don't know though. We definitely know we did not get the elevator to work the last time. Well, we've got plenty of time though. We've got more time than we did the last time. So we'll just do a standard hangar first, and cross our fingers and hope it works. Nate, gotta have fun. Exactly, you guys. I 100% concur. Gotta have a little fun. Really prioritizing fun. If you're, that's the thing with Star Citizen. I love, regardless of all the bugs and I just like playing this game, and I enjoy talking with you guys. I really enjoy doing this. So I get a lot of joy out of just kind of having fun, and when there are bugs that we get to look at together and have a laugh or whatever, it's totally fine. It makes it so much nicer. 57 likes, you guys. We've 58, by the way. Thank you for that. Actually, whoever just hit that like button, thank you so big. I truly appreciate it. And like I said, 319 is going to be, I've chatted with Jody where, we're going to dig in. I'm definitely going to be doing a lot of content with the 319 stuff as soon as I can get in. I'm not an Evocati, so I can't get in now. But as soon as first wave comes, I'm going to be getting in and hammering it out like crazy. All right, we'll spin this guy up. Work hard, play hard. Exactly, Troll. Love it. All right, so we're about to kind of take this unicorn run in and drop it off. And we'll see if ARC-L4 will play nicely this time. It did not play nicely last time. Not even by a long shot. Not even a little did it play nicely. But we're gonna kind of bring this guy in hot, and I'm gonna go ahead. I already dropped my gear. Already dropped the VTOLs. I'm bringing this guy in at about 350. That's the clip that I normally like to look at that Jedi fire tonight. Hope the elevator works exactly. Last time neither elevator worked. That's why it's like I'm partially thinking about going to a pad directly, but I think I'll try to do it the normal way. We'll try and get a hangar first. We're only going to hear first alarm go off as we've just kind of touched down. So we've got time. We'll be okay on the time side of it. But who knows how the station's going to react, and who knows? Maybe the hangar, we'll get a good elevator right off the bat. All right, we're bringing it in nicely here. I just called for a pad.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Or a bay. I'm going to crank this out to about here. Begin slowing down here. And in we go! Now I choose this kind of angle for landing on these kind of top downs. Just because it's a little easier for me to deal with. And I have been, and you guys have probably noticed this, I definitely go in on, kind of at a 45-degree angle. I'm not kind of, like I am tending to find that I'm banging my ship into the back end of my ship in less when I go in this way. Yeah, down we go. Cool. All right, so here we go. Nice kiss down landing, like that. We haven't even heard first alarm yet.
Have a pleasant stay.
So that's huge, right? They just went off. So we'll see if we get an elevator. If not, we'll just kind of deal with that part of it and head out and grab a pad. So first alarm, it literally just went off. So throw a monkey wrench, Miss Fury thoughts. Oh, wow. I love MISC ships, Aocean. I love them. So oh, we got an elevator. Sweet. I love MISC ships, so I'm really excited for the Fury. I don't know what it will be or how it will come out. But I adore MISC ships, and generally speaking, you know, the fact that it's not fair that they're doing it. Because, you know, it'll be hard. I'll be hard pressed not to like it. Because I'm sure I like MISC ships. I just do. Cool. Well, hey, I mean, we got that guy in and stored. That's a unicorn. So in 2 runs, we were able to do about 55 SCU of Quantanium, which is nothing to sneeze at. Very, very good stuff. Like I said, I know that some people have been just having a hard time with salvage in the air and Halo. And so I want to see if what this one person suggested, which is high speed air and Halo flights to locate salvage in the Halo, to see if that works. So we're gonna we're gonna put this in the hopper, and we're gonna have a little bit of fun pulling out the Vulture now, and heading back to the air and Halo in the Vulture, and doing a little bit of high speed kind of flybys to see if we can locate salvage that way. So we'll just kind of do that. 60th like flex. Telahane? How have you been, Tel? Thank you for the 60th like, by the way. That's so kind of you. How you been, Tella? My only pledge ship is the Taurus. Oh, that's a great ship, though. I love RSA in general. The Prosp is always the first ship I get in game. Perfect combo. You're not wrong. Motion, if I had 2 ships to start with in this, like, you could start your entire industrial career with a Prospector and a Taurus. Those are the 2 ships, really. I mean, and don't get me wrong, there's probably going to be other ones eventually, you know, that are, what's going on here? Set up work order. Set up work order? The Taurus is, the Taurus is a great ship. I mean, incredibly versatile. All right, set up work order. There we go. Dynex Solvenation, get quote, confirmed. So there's our 2 runs today right there. There's 55 SCU. Nothing, not bad. So anyways, here's why I like the Taurus, right? You get to 2 size 5. If you upgrade your Taurus, 2 size 5, 2 size 4s, very, very chunky amount of health, HP pool. You know, it's got a good shield generator, 174 SCU. Nothing else is in that 174 SCU range. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things. Yep, Taurus, you can do everything. ERT's high. Yes, it's a really good ship. Ended up being 7,900 to get my transmission replaced. Oh, no, Tella. Catastrophic failure destroyed the entire thing. Torque converter. Oh, no. Working lots of overtime. I can appreciate that, Tella. You know, and that's the thing. I remember, you know, that's you're not wrong. I mean, you know, getting transmissions fixed used to be around $2,000 or $3,000. It doesn't surprise me now that it's $4,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000. Raft and a Prospector, not a bad troll. That's okay too. Absolutely. Can you please explain salvaging meta for new salvages while you're out on your next trip? I'll do my very best with that, Clive. Also, I like it feeling if I go inside the Taurus because of the blue light. Yeah, listen, I like the Taurus basically because I think it's really as far as a Quantanium cargo hauler, it's the best bang for the buck, right? That's the real. You have that 174 SCU. Don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with an Andromeda at 96 SCU. There's nothing wrong with an MSR at 114 SCU. But right now, because of the... Hey, Chris, sorry about that. Right now, because it's the piracy patch, I am recommending people stay away from, like, the Hull A's, the Rafts, and the, and, like, the, Freelancer Maxes a little bit, just because they just basically say, I'm hauling cargo. It's... I definitely, if I'm a pirate, would be definitely going after... Am I storing those? Is that what I'm doing? Oh, I'm not. Because I'm not eating them. I gotta wait for the animation to finish, though. There we go. There, now I'll probably eat it. Yay! I think I ate it that time. Alright, I gotta do that again. The entire mining org or Liberator. Oh, that's the... Yes, the Liberator's gonna be a one-man... you know, it's like a two-person ship, right? But you're absolutely right. It's gonna be a very unbelievable platform for... You know, on a Liberator, you might be able to get a Prospector or two Prospectors and a Mole. And, you know, inside you might be able to get some ROC. I mean, you know, it's crazy. Did the Reclaimer get fixed with the elevator seat bug? Sometimes. I'll tell us, sometimes that's a yes and sometimes it's a no. Okay, that's just me being honest. They fix it, it breaks. They fix it, it breaks. They fix it, it breaks. Taurus is hard to beat ATM. It's just as good as an old Army knife. Yeah, I don't disagree. So we know I can't get upstairs. So I am going to go ahead and I'm going to exit to menu real quick. And then I will jump right back into the game. And we're going to pull the Vulture. And we're going to go do... we're going to do some... You know, if we find salvage, we're going to salvage it as well. But we're going to go practice some kind of high-speed scanning. With the you know, with the Vulture. Somebody suggested that. I just mined my way to a C2 and use it both for mining and hauling. Now it's so tanky for giving. Oh yeah, Eric, those things. Listen, the Hercules, the C2 is an awesome ship. Love that ship. One of the first ships that I save up money for, because of, you know, you can't go wrong with the 6. And plus those things fly in atmosphere like a fighter, which is ridiculous, but it's true. Raft is the best weapon, 100% shields front and ram. Wow, I didn't know that. The other thing about what's sneaky about the Raft right now is you can't get the cargo off of it. You know what I mean? So that's one thing. I mean, the Raft today is not a bad hauler because you can only be extorted. They can't actually. But to me, like Sharp saying, like, you know, the Hull A's, the Rafts, you know, the Freelancer Maxes. If I'm a pirate, I definitely, those are a much juicier target for me than, say, an Andromeda. You know, or something that's, you know, that can put up a little bit more of a fight, you know what I mean? But that's just me, and different people have different opinions, and I respect them all.
Help from a pilot like you could make all the difference. Report for duty when you can.
No, Dooley, I'm not going to report for duty. Report for fixing my latency. Okay, tell when it can't spill over to cargo, other cargo hauler, since it won't spill its guts. Yeah, that's fair. Elevator bug is, I don't know. I think the Raft elevator's fixed. I thought it was anyways, I'd heard. I looked for you. Yeah, that's exactly right. All right, so here's what we're going to do, right? We've got to pull the Vulture.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle.
Rock mining can be quite lucrative. Yes, that is very true. All right, so let's pull the Vulture. We're going to have it delivered. And we'll give it the seconds here. And then I actually have I brought the paint job with me from Lorville. The thing is, an Atmo can have a co-pilot hug around and keep the turret aimed at top. Yes. Well, and that's, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, solo, you know, something like, there's 2 size 5, 2 size 4s is good. Oh, you're talking about the Raft, though. Let's see. The thing is, an Atmo can have a co-pilot hug around and keep the turret. That turret's just a size 1 turret on that thing, though, right? Am I wrong, or? I don't know that that turret's going to do a whole lot. All right, I do have the paint. I have this green paint for this guy. And I just thought I'd throw that on there. Let's go ahead and pull the Vulture, and we're going to do like what we said. So we did 2 Quantanium runs. Those were very successful. One of them was a Unicorn run. The other one was 26 SCU. But I do have some people who come in here and say occasionally, I can't find any salvage in the air in Halo. Now, while I was out this particular time, I did see a ship salvage in the air in Halo. But then somebody did talk to me. I think it was Andreas, but I can't remember. Somebody mentioned to me that there's this method that you can just go high speed in the air in Halo, and just kind of locate salvage that way, and you just have to pivot on it and fly back to it. So we're going to give it a try. we're going to see how fast we can find some salvage in the air in Halo. So, no dual size 3s. Oh, so the turret is a size 3 on that. For some reason I thought it was a size 1. Well, size 3 is that's definitely a lot. That's extra firepower for sure. I don't know why I thought it was a size 1. That's definitely off the mark there for sure. I love this green paint job on the Vulture, by the way. All right. I think this is the Halloween paint. All right, we're going right back to the same place we've been going, which is, you know, the air in Halo at 6.6 here between ARC-L4 and HRL2. Salvage in the Halo has been hit or miss. Yes, well, it's been pretty much missed for me, Baron. But like I said, somebody did mention this other method for locating it, and I thought I would go try it. And it would, you know, a lot of people do watch the stream, you know, even afterwards or whatever. So I thought, you know, hey, if this turns out to be an actual thing, it may be good for people to learn how to do this. Vulture looks awesome in green. It really does. I mean, if you take a look here, you know, put the gear up. She does look just sweet. I love that. I love the green in this thing. I do. All right, we'll go ahead and punch. Punch it. Off we go. Size 1 for pilot guns. There we go. That makes more sense to me. Guys, we have had an unbelievable day. I think I had, you know, we had up to 50 people watching one time, and we have 64 likes. This has been a great day today, you guys, and I'm really enjoying it. And we're not, you know, we're in good shape. I'm not in any hurry at all, you know, I'm just really enjoying today. So here's the first 2 times that we ran out. We did Air and Halo Prospector solo runs. They worked out fairly well. We did show a little bit of how to work around when you don't get a hangar. Pardon me, when you don't get an elevator to work. A little bit of the workaround stuff there. And Pirates, even most orgs have confirmed Halo is your safe space. Well, that's why I've been operating specifically almost always out of the Halo ocean. Is to me, I want to teach people where to, you know, kind of where to go to stay out of the pirate lanes. You know what I mean? I'm waiting for an Argo orange paint job for the Vulture. Ah, I love it. No, that's a great color. Leonardo, welcome to the channel. Star Citizen defeated me today. Oh no, Leonardo. You know what? Star Citizen has been kind of, you know, it's been punching a lot of people in the mouth today. So you're not the only fella. Sorry to hear it defeated you today. But you know what? I'm glad to have you aboard, and you know, and we lick our wounds together. It tried to get me today, but so far I've been able to hang in there. Just saying they won't follow you. Good job. Yes, exactly. Well, they can't find you in there. I mean, it's just like you'd have to. It's like it would be similar to like being struck by lightning in Bermuda and being bit by a polar bear in the Arctic the same day. I mean, yeah, it's just it's astronaut. You know. Now there are some. You know, there used to be like when you call somebody bug, you might get their location or those types of things. That's different. But there are, you know. Anyways, here at 6.6, we're going to drop out. This is going to be a lot different than the Prospector mining week. All right, let's drop out. All right, we're in the Halo. So, same kind of beginning thing. I am just going to go ahead and set ARC-L4 as... now, I'm probably not going to fly there once I actually do find some salvage. But at least for now, that's going to serve as my... Now, the next thing that we're going to do is very interesting. We are going to V-scan it, but I'm going to set it at, I think, at 90. And we're going to actually set this velocity. If you see the velocity, I'm setting a maximum. And we're just going to kind of gun it here. And I'm going to go, I turned on autopilot. Now, there's a very good chance you can hit a rock out here doing this. So, you know, this is where we might. I'm not saying we're not, you know, we may hit a rock out here. Now, I am going to turn off. But what we're doing now is I am going to send out a ping or two now and then. But, you know, what we're really looking for more than anything is just We're flying really fast, and we're trying to find salvage icons. So that's what we're looking for now, is salvage icons. Now we are absolutely getting it here. I mean, we're like flying 1,000, better than 1,000. Now, one thing I will say is I do see it's interesting that there's a. That's interesting to me. Like at a distance of 30, I had a. I'm gonna fly in this direction for a hot minute. Because I could see there was an opportunity marker that was out there at 30. Alright. Oh, yeah. It probably would be best to go decoupled. You're not wrong, Sharp. And that's a good idea. I probably will decouple at maximum speed. Just want a relaxing, reliable way to make AUEC. Arthur, I understand that for sure. Alright. So we're decoupled now. And we're just going to kind of cruise along here. We are looking for salvage icons as we ping. Let me change the ping angle to 180. I think I'll do that. Even a 360. Actually, even 360 is fine, I think, doing this. Now that I think about it. It doesn't matter. Have not seen any salvage icons yet, but we're looking. And we are zooming our way. We are at maximum speed just about. You know, zooming through the air in Halo right now, looking for any kind of salvage icons at all. And this is what somebody suggested to me as an option. Now, I don't know that I'm doing everything they said exactly, but we are busting it right now through the air in Halo. You can see how fast we just zip past rocks. Looking for salvage icons. Nothing yet. Now, I don't think any of these opportunity markers, they don't show up anymore. The RS signature value. Now there's another one. Look at that. It's like at 20 some away. It makes me think like none of them will seem to go that far away. It's interesting to me. Very interesting. Will salvage icon pop up without a scan? It will pop up without a scan. You know, that being said, I was wondering if maybe when we do scan, if it would help. Because I'm sure this is all just, you know, your standard, exactly, your standard SIG values. Alright, so now we're going to we'll try it without scanning. We're just going to kind of buzz along here. And see if we can passively pick one up. I'll tell you, the one thing you probably would want to do, though, is before you do this, is go get a box mission. You definitely would want that. Just because, you know, if you happen to find a nice one, you'd want to be able to return to it. So far we have not seen any salvage icons, and we are doing we're going very fast in the air in Halo. We're boogieing. All right, we'll go ahead and send out a ping, and just because I'm curious. Yep. Cool. Yeah, occasionally you see these ones that are like 26. They can get like 30 away, and that seems like I'm not used to them being able to be, those opportunity markers at those distances seem crazy. It's interesting. I want to try and just do like kind of like a real narrow scan. Looking around still, not seeing any. And this is me just trying this, like definitely people have been talking about how bad the Aaron Halo is for locating salvage. Now, I definitely know that I have heard that there's good salvage around the moons of Yella as well, as a place that's... And all I'm looking for is non-Lagrange points. I hope this is fixing... I miss salvaging. I miss salvaging in the Halo a little bit, that's for sure. I understand there probably shouldn't be a ton of salvage in the Halo, but there should be some. Right, we're cruising on, and that's why the SRV, you guys, is going to become such an important device, because you're going to be able to, a group of people should start out with their SRVs, go locate salvage, and pull them to a location, and then have your salvage operation going. So you could have people in SRVs bringing in husks while people are, tending to those husks, and then, cargo haulers are hauling the RMC away. You really could have a hell of a nice operation. I've not seen anything yet. Oh, there's one. All right, hold on. There's one right there. So let me turn off decoupled. Now, I lost the icon, but that's okay. It's this way. We're going to move back towards it. Yeah, it's a good question, Knots, and hard for me to know. I mean, I don't normally buzz through. Now, I wonder, do I need to get a scan out? Let's go ahead and see here. I definitely don't see the thing yet. I know I'm heading in the relatively right direction, though. Ah, there it is. All right, so let's go ahead and... That is a C2. This is the issue about kind of flying. You fly past it a couple times because you're flying so fast. So... That wasn't that bad, right? I mean, as far as high-speed flying went, I located some salvage in the first, I don't know, maybe 8-10 minutes, which isn't, which wasn't too bad. I mean, that's not terrible. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at this guy. Juicy old C2. Pull this guy down here. Yum. All right, so let's go ahead and get ourselves kind of orientated how we want. Is it this? Yeah, okay, we'll turn on the abrade. About 10 minutes. Thank you, Marco. Yeah, you can't high speed in the yellow belt, but you'll eat an invisible. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. I don't know that you have to as much there, though. Now, here's one of my favorite things to do, right? I'm going to decouple, and I'm just going to push. I didn't mean to push quite that fast. Now, I'm not even touching anything. It's just, it's doing its thing on its own. Yeah, just just decoupled and just kind of letting it do its own thing here. That's the, salvaging is a very relaxing way to make some money. I mean, it really is a very relaxing method. I better turn a couple on for a second. There we go. Now we go. All right, now we'll turn it back off again, and now we'll just kind of head this direction. And I don't even have my hands on the sticks right now. You can just decouple a little bit and just kind of let yourself drift. All right, let's see if the ship is worth the time compared to this. Yeah, that's a great question. Never found panels in the Halo, only ever C2s. Oh yeah, there used to be panels like crazy in the Halo, Jonathan, or JS, but they just, they're not there now. What's going on with this thing? Oh, filler station's finally ejecting. There was a bit of lag there, I see. Anyways, we'll come down here. All right, we're obstructed. Let's see if head down here and get these things out of the way. It's been a hot minute since I've done this. This is cool. Alrighty. Awesome. What? Okay. Figured there was another box in there. I don't know. Maybe I wasn't 100%. Alright, in we go. Very, very good. Let's go ahead and get this guy cranked up again. Uncouple and just kind of nudge it, and off we go. That was just one done. Oh! Yeah. Well, it said it was blocking. That's why I thought, well, I need to get down there and clear it for some reason. I don't know. It's been a hot minute since I've done this. So we'll just keep an eye on it. No big deal. Looks like we're picking up salvage at a pretty good clip. We've almost got another half box full. Very nice. Getting the hull stripping done here. Alright, cruising along here, get a sip of coffee. Look at that already. Another almost half box already full. Gonna give this a try tonight. Been having trouble with salvage process. Resetting a box to fill. Resetting a box to fill. Know any trick with that? I don't know any trick with that for sure. I do know that the one trick I was kind of trying out here today was whether or not the high speed, you can just kind of fly high speed through the halo and find something quick. And this is a small sample size, but it took about 10 minutes. But had I a delivery box that I could drop, this would have been an absolute, a great way to kind of find what we're doing. How do you get the salvage ship you are using? Oh, right now, Shane, the unfortunate thing is you have to buy it, from CIG. This one, it's definitely, that's the one thing. It's a little weird that they did that this time, that they put in salvage, but then, the only ship that could salvage was, was a ship that you had to buy. Now, I do hope that in 319 that it becomes an in-game purchase as well. Omega will tell us made about 200K each off of C2. Yeah, you can make quite a bit of money off of C2, no question about it. How do you get this? Yeah, you like I said, Shane, you have to buy it. So. Okay. Here comes the next box. Cool. Been lurking a while. Nice. Nice. 67 likes. We're just killing it today. And we've had a really successful day today. Doing the, Quantanium mining, 50 to some SCU in the hopper. And now we're out here testing some theories out about locating salvage in the Iron Halo, which worked out pretty well. We found some salvage fairly quickly. You can get a reclaimer for 15 mil easy, right? Yes, exactly. 15 mil. Easy peasy. Right. Mission that spawns the reclaimer Pride of Arliss is a great salvage opportunity. Just have to shut down the shields. Interesting. Isn't it weird how that one piece, it looks like it could salvage, but it's not gonna. Strange. My OCD kicks in. It's like, I can't let that one piece not salvage. Alright, here we go again. We're building up more. I forgot the mission name now. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see with new salvage missions, and doesn't look like the mining missions are going to make it in, and that's okay. But the salvage missions will be kind of a cool first iteration in that new thing. Cool. It's around R-Corp. Gotcha. Alright. We are just chewing this up. Just awesome. This should have us here pretty quickly. Alright, hold on. Let's go down and clear this out. Tella says, let's see, breach and see 1% left. I will not move until it's gone. reaching, stealing. Need to be careful. You're throwing away your salvage while your containers is full going through the empty process. Yeah, you're not wrong about that, Tella. I probably do need to be a little more disciplined. What Tella's saying, and Tella's absolutely right, is that when it says, like, it's, you know, kind of processing the box, it's really best to turn off the laser then. Because you're just kind of eating up stuff that it's not being counted. I was definitely being a little lazy there about it. But you're absolutely not wrong. If you want to maximize your salvage profit, when it says it's moving the boxes around, let it, you know, turn off the laser and then turn it back on when it's done processing it. The main complaint on the Vulture Soul is you have to go up and down the ladder. Yeah. Well, that's, you know, I can understand where people are coming from with that. I do think that there's some, you know, there's something to be said for maybe having a little operation where maybe somebody has a Hull A and they're flying back and forth and you're kind of loading them up and letting them haul in. You know, but there's no question, you know, you're gonna have to, you know, as this, you know, you're gonna be up and down that ladder a bunch if you're solo. There's just no way around it. Yum. I always forget how relaxing this is. It's very relaxing. Very enjoyable. See how it says filler station ejecting right there? That's when you should really turn off your laser until it's done, and then turn the laser back on. Like I said, Tella is definitely not wrong about that. If you want to kind of maximize your profit. The other thing I will say, if you really, really want to maximize your profit, and it's a little bit, but you can use the cinch. It's actually a little bit more efficient. It goes way slower, though. But it will save more of the material. For me, 100 to 110K mats, even on the walkways in the cargo hold, 2022 SEO salvage. I'll climb that ladder all day. Yeah, it's a good way to look at it. I mean, you know, it's a really quick, like, I don't even, you know, a lot of times, like, people do over, like, I have no problem hauling in myself just the standard amount of stuff, you know. I just, to me, you know, it's, you know, if you can go out for 35-40 minutes and make yourself 70, 100K or whatever, that's a great deal. I was actually gonna recommend, you know, like, I was starting to recommend the Vulture as potentially the best starting ship in the game until they modified the way that you could find salvage, and then I had to stop doing that. Just because, to me, they did such a significant nerf to it. It just, I don't want to be around Lagrange points. I don't want to be on a pirate's literal, like, let's go check the Lagrange point routes to see what fool is doing salvage in the Lagrange point. I'm never going to do that. It's just, to me, you know, don't put all that salvage in Lagrange points. If you know, I'm never going to mine them. I'm never going to salvage at a Lagrange point. Ever. I mean, it's dumb to me. You're just going to, I'm going to be literally on the pirate's, like, paper route? Give me a break. You know? That does not make any sense to me whatsoever. So, yeah, that's why, you know, doing this in the air in Halo or someplace like the Yellow Asteroids or someplace where the release is a touch more anonymity is what I'm about, for sure. I would rather spend an extra half hour in the air in Halo looking for something and having that anonymity than ever going to a Lagrange point. And what was crazy is literally like the day before 318 went live, it was looking like there was just going to be salvage everywhere. And then when 318 went live, it was like it was just gone, which is fine. But it's just like you didn't expect it, and they literally, I mean, there was salvage everywhere, and they're selling the ship, and then they actually go live with it, and there's hardly any salvage anywhere. You know, to me it's rough. You know, it's rough when you kind of get a sense of, and I get they can change how they want to change it. I get that. But it is rough sitting there, salvage is everywhere. You're selling the salvage ship, and then it's nowhere. It's gone, you know. Got a group bounty, which is creating salvage. You know, that's the thing, right? That's why I keep preaching for the SRV. The SRV will be such a game changer when it comes to, because you're going to be able to go and collect salvage yourself and bring it back to a salvage point or a position. It's going to change the game entirely. They gift wrapped you for the pirate. Yeah, that's exactly right, Young. That's what I didn't like. I didn't like feeling like I was just being... They seem to be in a really big hurry to put people in a position where pirates can pirate them so they can have content. I mean, I don't want to... You know, I'm the kind of guy... I definitely will go out into just zero space and look around and find something to do. I mean, you know... Don't get me wrong, it's not, I don't have any problem with pirates or piracy, but don't force people into a situation where the only place they can actually use the ship they just bought is just Piratesville. Can you buy or rent a multi? You cannot buy, Josh, great question. You cannot buy or rent it in game yet. On 318, we had a good amount of salvage, especially on Lagrange points, but in 318.1, we cannot find it anywhere. You're not wrong, Archer. It was gone. Wow, just tried my server, and after 14 minutes, my ship never appeared. When called, people on server were so mad. Yeah, that's brutal. That's brutal, Sarah, for sure. No, on frontally, not yet, Josh, not in 3.1. Both me and my brother picked up a vulture based on the pre-nerf salvage. It's fun. But yes, that's what I'm talking about, Nate. Is like, they really got people hooked on salvage is going to be really cool. And they literally pulled like Lucy pulling the football from Charlie Brown. Like the day of it goes live. I mean, it's just like it completely changed the way that it looked. And I understand that's their prerogative to do. I just think I don't know. The optics are bad. You know, I mean, you got to do better than that. You don't want to be someone else's content. No, Worm, I don't want to be somebody else's content. So if I can avoid it, and I don't mind piracy at all. I don't mind it at all. And if I get caught lacking, thanks for the lesson. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, if you get caught, you get caught. You know, I mean, all of us are gonna eventually get pirated. I mean, it happens. It's happened to me. It's it happens, and I have no problem with it. But I do, like I said, I think they presented salvage a certain way, and then, prevented salvage a certain way, That's crazy because actual money was involved. Not a good look. Well, and there's another good point, Young. It's because people weren't just spending they were going out and spending $50, $155 on the vulture, only to have it launch, and the only thing they could do is go to Lagrange points and be basically pirate food. Like I said, not a good look. It's just, I don't want to be on the pirates paper route, to get some salvage. It's ridiculous. It reminded me of the Inferno all over again. Yeah, there's another one too. The Inferno, it was very Inferno-ish. Right? And that's why people are, if you present the ship a certain way and then literally put it out that way and then sell the crap out of it and then change the way that it works so significantly, I understand, but yeah, you're right. That term comes to mind. I mean, that's kind of like what World of Tanks does, right? World of Tanks' favorite thing to do is get this super amped up tank that can, like, no tank in World of Tanks has any armor, it seems like. Not even your heavies. So you can sit there and have, heavy tanks can just get shredded. You can be in a mouse and just get murked in World of Tanks. But they'll put out occasionally like a premium ship, a premium tank that could just smoke everything or just take a whole bunch of hits. And then, they'll sell the crap out of it. Then everybody will buy it because, you're basically an idiot if you don't own it. And then all of a sudden, like 3 months later, they'll be like, this thing's way overtuned. And they'll turn it down. That's a terrible business model. And really, I mean, don't get me wrong. I guess I shouldn't say that. From a money-making standpoint, it's a wonderful business model. But it's, from a, do I care about the people who play my game? It's a horrible business model. And I really hope Star Citizen doesn't, like, I don't like the fact that you have a salvage patch, but the only way to buy the ship is, the only way to get the ship is real money. And then to sit there and have it nerfed out of existence right before it launches, it wasn't a good look. This is the first salvaging I've done in 318 because of that. You should not have to hire escorts to salvage. There's not enough money in it. I do not find salvage of bunkers. The turrets make it difficult. I saw the Gladiator own an Ares class. Soul dies even. Yeah. Listen, the Gladiators, that it definitely gets love though. All right. Well, we've got about half this guy's, or not half this guy, but we're stripping this guy out pretty good. We're doing great. This is cool. All right. Let that kind of do its thing. And I don't, I hope that it doesn't sound like I adore Star Citizen. I do. I mean, all I want is them to, like I said, if you're going to present something a certain way, probably, it's awful hard to change on it like that, especially after you've collected all that money. Looney Tunes, SIG does this with every ship they sell. The Scorpius, they said a pilot will slave the turret. 8 times size 3 is nerfed before it came. Yeah, listen, you're loony. I hate to say Corsair still fully broken, waiting for the fix. Or think about the Raft. They sold the Raft and you couldn't use that thing forever because the elevator wouldn't work in it. There's another one where it's just like, man, you bought a Raft, you literally, it was in-game and flyable, and you couldn't use it for the longest time. Hey, welcome to the channel. How you doing there? Ships flash from the Corsair galley. Sometimes it drives your drink. Yeah, exactly. Yarr. Exactly right. I agree. You're not wrong. Yeah, and I hate to be that way because you guys know that I like being, me, I have that, I like to be a little more Van Halen than Pink Floyd philosophy. I'm sure you guys have heard me say that a little bit. I just think it's, people don't log on to watch you play Star Citizen to hear you complain about it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think that there's plenty of space in this community for it. And I appreciate, like, what Grumpy Eye or Salty Mike, the perspectives they bring and the things that they say, the unpopular things to say. I appreciate that they're willing to go, go over those hills and take those arrows. I mean that when I say it. Beautiful vulture. Yes, sir. I love the vulture. But, I mean, and I don't white knight for Star Citizen, but I will say, this 317 was never that good of an experience. 318 has been not that great of an experience. I'm really hoping that I'm really hoping that the mining changes are good. Cool. Well, this cargo grid seems to be working okay. I mean, now I understand this is the first time I'm using it. But yeah, so far, I'll take that. All right, so we got a couple more boxes that we need to generate. So a lot of people will fill all this up. I don't know that I'm going to do all that loosey-goosey stuff with it. I think we'll just haul it in, sell it, and then we might come, depending on the time, come back out and look again in the Aaron Halo. So the only place to sell the salvage, I think, is the TDDs, right? There's no Well, no, that's not true. You can also go to the salvage yards, but you get about half the price. The admin stations don't take the script, don't take that stuff, I don't think. All right. Oh, wow. What don't I see there? You have room for 2 more boxes. Yep, that's what I'm going to do is just get these other 2 boxes. Oh, weird. What's going on there? There we go. Saying valid. Uh-oh. Are we 30 in? I don't know. Most money is at TDD. Yeah, you're not wrong about that, Mass, at all. By the way, you guys, Mastodon has been playing this game called The Isle and has been putting out some content with The Isle, and it is super fun to watch. Like, it's a weird game where, like, you start out as, like, you're just a dinosaur creature. And it's just good content. I've really enjoyed watching that. I think it's a lot of fun to watch. So if you guys are looking for something a little different to watch, that's actually really cool. What is going on here? Do we not have any? There we go. I must just be in some spots that aren't happy. I've got the whole other side of this ship, the good side, really, to do. When I say the good side, I mean this. Like, I have this whole top part. I'm going to turn over. No, it's a great game. It really is a cool game, that Mass has been playing. Using delivery box, I would sell. Oh, if I had a... Well, and that's the thing, right? I mean, like, definitely, it's never a bad idea if you're going to be coming to the Iron Halo, and you want to be doing salvage, and you know that you're going to find probably the best thing to find with the high... You remember I was using... Hey, Crowbait. Remember I was using the high-speed method, right? Of locating this stuff, and, like, you were flying... Well, I flew... as fast as a vulture could possibly fly for about 10 minutes until I've seen that's really the best way to locate salvage in the Iron Halo right now. It's not to say it can't be found, because it can, but you want to just be going as fast as you possibly can. Hey, Doe, nice to see you, sir. It's going really well. Crow, how have you been? Would you like one of us to mark the spot? Nah, that's okay. Crow, I already have done 2 good Quantanium runs, and I'm going to take this one in, I'm going to sell it, and then I'm going to come back out and we're going to test the high-speed Iron Halo method again for locating. So we got one more run in this after this for sure. But no, and I've been having a lot of fun on the Isle. Yeah, it's just a cool game, the Isle. It comes a little different perspective. You get to be the creatures. Can you find ships in the Halo? DPT 3001, I am in the Halo right now. The answer is yes. And we're testing a method for locating salvage in the Halo, and it's just basically like doing a really high speed, thing. Now, I would recommend, if you're gonna do that thing, to do a delivery box mission first. Grab a delivery box. If you want to be out here for a while in the Halo. Sharp says, I've got to go. Thanks for the stream space. We'll catch you later. Hey, Sharp. Thank you for stopping in, sir. It was great having you aboard today. I truly mean that, and I hope to catch you around the way for sure. All right, up we go. Hey, all right. Well, so this is us. We've got this one in the hopper. I think I'm just gonna eject that guy. Maybe I shouldn't. we'll see. Now we'll head over to, I guess, Lorville and sell this stuff. I think that's probably going to be my best bet. And then we're going to come back out and use one more time, use the high-speed method to see if we can locate another piece of salvage in the Aaron Halo. This worked out. It took us about 10 minutes at a high, going maximum speed inside the Halo to find a salvageable ship. So, you know, that's our average. Now, if I had a delivery box, I would drop a delivery box, but I don't right now. So one thing I will say is, how far am I from Hurston? 7.8 away. Okay, no problem. We're going to head into Hurston. We're going to sell this stuff. We're going to come back out and do the high speed one more time in the Halo. And I will write 7.8 down because I will need to minus that out of my flight next time, so we just go right to the Halo. Hey, Doe says, I did some successful Halo mining and I am rusty. Used a lot of brands. Well, that's, Doe, I'm having the same issue. And keep in mind, Doe, you probably noticed the same thing as me, which is inside the optimal window, things are a lot more volatile than they used to be. I mean, you know, I've definitely had to, can you quantum back to a delivery box? Josh K, yes, you can. That's the one thing persistent entity streaming has brought for sure. You can absolutely I could have dropped a delivery box at that place and gone right back to it. Yes. Yes, I could have. Fatal Flaw, welcome to the channel. By the way, Josh, welcome to the channel, you guys. Appreciate you coming aboard. Like and sub, and if you like it, you know, Star Citizen mining stuff, come chat with us, come hang. But yeah, you absolutely could drop. No, the salvage boxes don't work. It has to be a delivery box because the delivery box has those, you know, has like the tracking for the mission type. So no, you can't drop a salvage box, but you have to get a delivery box now. Used stampedes, you know, Zero. If you're on like a moon surface and you find like a 6,200 or a 6,400 or a 6,500 or a 7,000. You can still use the surges and the stampedes in order to break bigger rocks. I don't generally do that. JS says failed negotiations is the name of the mission that spawns a reclaimer that can be salvaged. Just to have to board and disable the shield. That's crazy. You'll be off by a couple or 10, but manageable. Yes, there's no question. You can't fly right back to the box, right? You can usually drop off somewhere within 100 or 200 kilometers of it, or sometimes within 50 kilometers of it, and then fly to it. But you absolutely can return to it. I mean, stampedes, they're not zero. Not many people use the stampede surge method anymore, just because you could use a wave shift or a Bormax instead. Those mining gadgets. Right, you can attach those to the rock. So I still see people do the surge and stampede stuff, but if I'm going big rock hunting, normally I'm just taking a partner with me, or I have the mole, or I have a Bormax and a wave shift. The surge and the stampede technique, it's not to say that it absolutely works, but it's just not something that I myself find myself doing. But I don't do a lot of big. I normally, because this is the quote-unquote piracy patch, I have been sticking to the Aaron Halo. And I know that the gameplay hasn't been really good enough for there to even actually be a reasonable amount of piracy. Like, nobody can play the game. But I've been trying to kind of play the game in a way that is more indicative of there being the piracy patch. So I've been sticking to the Halo as much as I can. Have they sent anything in the plan for saving coordinates? Josh, that is a big ask from all of us. That's what I want to do in Star Citizen. I've really thought about it a lot. I want to locate assets, tag them, and sell those locations. That's the game loop I want. I want to have a company or an organization that isn't necessarily that will do the extraction stuff, but is more focused on locating the assets. Is more focused on finding the rare assets and then selling their locations to people. So, yeah, I mean, that functionality to me, that's just, an important, just kind of necessary gameplay mechanic. All right, so we're cruising on over here. We're going to go ahead and take a look outside the old shipski. Beautiful. In we go. So we're going to haul this stuff in. We're going to go over to the TDD. We're going to sell it. And then we are going to head back out one more time and see how fast we can locate, salvage, and air and Halo again. So that's just kind of it's an important metric. And we are going to, we're going to just see if within 10 minutes again, if we can locate, salvage, in the air and Halo. It's an important thing to know, really, you guys. I mean, the fact that you can still find salvage in the air and Halo, and if you can find it within 10 to 20 minutes, and it literally is going to be, you could have a box with you, and you could mark that thing and come back to that ship a couple of times. There is a lot of good in that. I'm going to drop the gear, lower the VTOLs. I am calling for a landing. One thing that's kind of nice is I'm not worried about a Quantanium timer right now, All right, we'll bring this guy in here. Just like it's asking for. Just love this game. I mean, you just gotta love this game. It's pretty amazing. All right.
Warning, you are leaving a safe zone.
You are leaving a safe zone. All right, hold on.
Warning, you are leaving a safe zone.
Warning, you are leaving a safe zone. Look at that giant ship called the Goliath coming out of there. Boom. Is that a 600? I think it is. Beautiful. All right, we'll start bringing her in. Ooh. Almost scraped the paint there. All right. What about now? Oh. We'll take it.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Should be 50 to 60K if it detects the one on the hopper. Nope, this should be around 100,000, like 95,000. It's a love-hate relationship. Yeah, it is. No question about that. All right, let's go ahead and turn off. I will do a post-flight here. Let's go ahead and knock that out. Boom, boom, and boom. Very low operating costs. Gotta love that. Out we go. The new Lorville does look really pretty. You're not wrong, Nate. It does. It looks great. Arnold voice, get to the chopper. Yeah, exactly. I'm here. Girly man. All right, let's we'll get this guy stored, and we will go sell this cargo, and then we're gonna head back out to the Halo one time and see if the high-speed mechanic for locating salvage is, see if we get another, say, 10 minutes or so. Because if that's the case, then to me, that's something I may make a little video about. It's like you can still locate salvage in the Halo, but there's a little bit, there's a little bit of a different meta to it, which is basically just covering as much ground as possible. It's a little bit, reminds me almost of like old school Lyria, where you kind of just would, fly over it as fast as you possibly could until you could found more than one rock. And then you knew it was Quantanium.
Please visit us again.
All right, we'll store the Vulture. And she's stored. Now let's head over and go to the TDD. And a tip on Vulture pilots in the future, the prongs in the front of the ship are actually the front of your ship where you will impact things. Yes, there's no question that, that those tongs are going to do a whole lot more than what they do now. So you have a depth gauge for the hangars. Yes, exactly. Kind of fun.
Step away from the platform edge when train is approaching.
All right, so we got about 22 seconds here. Perfect time to get a little coffee. We have 71 likes today, you guys. Lots of new faces. Absolutely loving today's conversation.
Stand by and let
We've had 2 very successful Quantanium runs. We put 50-some SCU in the hopper for Quantanium. Now we've been able to do some salvage in the air in Halo as well. So that's actually really good. So we're going to take and we're going to sell this salvage.
Do not lock doors.
We're going to pull the Vulture back out. We're going to head back out to the Halo one more time. And we're going to test the kind of the speed mechanics for just kind of locating a salvage
Next
piece again.
stop,
If we find another salvage piece, we're going to go ahead and just salvage it and go from there. So today has been incredibly successful. Great conversations. It seems like really the census is that people are still having quite a bit of problem getting into the game, having to be stable. I'm sure Xenothreat is exacerbating some of those issues. But I also do think, 318.2 is at least the most stable it's been. It's not great, but it's the most stable it's been in a hot. Just like the old Hornet landing coming in hot and skid to a halt with the gear down. Yes! You guys, of course, if you watch me, most of you know Jack Axton, of course. Jack is always fun to watch with his crazy. He can pull off some landings, especially like the Caterpillar, where he can bring that thing in on skids. It always amazes me, the landings. And I think he says he's a mouse and keyboard pilot, so, which I'm not knocking by any stretch of the imagination. He can land with mouse and keyboard way more better than I can land with stick.
Central Station.
Can you rent or buy the Vulture in game? Not yet, though.
The train.
Something I talked about earlier was it's a little uncomfortable that they introduced salvage, and then the only way to do the salvage kind of is, you can buy the Reclaimer in game. It's 15 million, so you have to grind that one out quite a bit. No, but you do have to buy the actual Vulture. Now, I hope in 319, which is in a few weeks from now, I think that they're, aiming for around the May 20th for 319. Now, there very well could be a 318.3 patch, too. Don't get me wrong. He backflips the cat into the hang. That's what I'm talking about, Josh. It's nuts. And, and I've said it before, and I don't mean to be weird about it, but Jack's the reason I stream. I never ever planned on streaming. I seen Jack streaming one time. I'm like, just being kind of being yourself. There's no airs you have to put on. Just be yourself. Have some fun. And I wanted to kind of have a good group, of people that always, I love talking Star Citizen mining. Eventually my wife didn't enjoy talking about it anymore. So, so I said, well, I'm going to start a mining stream and see if anybody will watch. And, lo and behold, we did okay. We're doing okay. All right, so here we're going to sell our SCU. Let's see, that's 12 SCU, 92,000 right there. We'll confirm that. And then we have the one that's off the grid, right? 1 unit. We'll sell that. So 7.6. So really, that's 100K. That was 100K. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. The Vulture flies like a 70s Cadillac boat. Yeah, it does. It does have kind of it feels like kind of a 1978 Lincoln Continental. You're not wrong about that. It's heavy in your hand like that. Yes, it's a must release. Marketing is scheduled an event. So yes, ready or not, but that's what happened with 317. By the way, you guys, 317 the day before they went live at Invictus, I'm like, this 317's not ready. There's no way they're going live with it tomorrow, and they did. They just did, and they, eventually we all know how that worked out. It led to a wipe. It led to all sorts of stuff. A 17.2 and then a 17.3 hot patch. Then a 4 and a 5. Later, but yeah, it's coming. 319's coming, and I have no doubt that they'll push it in either way. My only hope is that when, that sometime here in the near future, I don't know that I went the right way here. We're going to find out. I don't think I did. I think I should have went. I can't remember. I think I probably should have gone in the other one. That's okay though. We'll make it back. Corsair drifting gear down wings on top of the elevator. Like a crow's nest sailing in the day. Like a proper captain. I like this. I like you guys that are just playing and chilling, tired of all the hype boys and haters. Yeah, Josh. You know what, man? That's my whole that's my whole philosophy. Be more Van Halen than Pink Floyd. And don't get me wrong, Pink Floyd's my favorite band of all time. But you know what? They have the moody and broody. And on a Saturday night, people just want to go out and have a beer, and that's where that philosophy comes in. Like, I really just want, when people are on my channel, they're seeing some. I don't want to always just be knocking sig and just kind of being a glasses half empty kind of dude. And there's a balance there, right? Because I don't also want a white knight for the project. I want to be as honest as possible. But that's right. The left tram. But anyways, so it's a balance, right? I want to be fair to the game. I also do acknowledge that there are lots of times I get lots of laughs out of the bugs. You can't play Star Citizen unless you have somewhat level of a thick skin, because your time will be wasted. There's no question about it. If you dependent on, you will spend 37 minutes doing something to have it all erased in a second. And if that's going to bother you, and it rightfully can and should, if that's, then this probably isn't the game for you. In the most respectful sense. But I'm somebody who just kind of enjoys it for what it is, and it's just an audacious thing. And then there are those moments, right? And that's what kind of keeps, I think, all of us coming back. Where you're standing on Crusader, or you're standing on Daymar, you see Crusader coming over the top of the hill, and it's just like, there's no other game like this. This game's insane. This is just there's nothing like this in the world.
To the ASOP vehicle
it catches you in these moments where you're like, the beauty is just unparalleled here.
Selected. Stand by.
All right, so we're going to head back out to the Air and Halo one more time, and we are going to try to see if the high-speed scanning, if within about, within a reasonable time, we can locate some salvage, because it's an important thing. I think being able to salvage in the Air and Halo is an important thing. So we're going to go ahead, and we are going to work our way out to the Vulture. 2 successful Quantanium runs with the Prospector, and now 1 successful run with the Vulture as well. And look, it's a good, man. You can make 200,000 in a Vulture, and in a couple of runs is nothing to sneeze at. It's good money. All right, we gotta run around to the other side here. Oh, what's on this side? What am I talking about? I do like this. The look of this ship is fantastic. This is one of the funnest ships to climb on board and just kind of know you're heading out to do stuff with. And like I said, I actually was gonna recommend this as what I felt was honestly the best starting ship in the game. I really did feel that way, that this was the best starting ship in the game until they nerfed salvage, where it was located. And I didn't get, I mentioned it a few times in stream, but I'm glad I didn't get out there and promote it before 3.18 went live, because I would have felt bad about that. Holds up hand of reverence and awe, Planet Bacon, Crusader, yeah. Oh, I know, it does look like bacon. Bacon. All right, so we're gonna head back towards Arc L4. VU brought us minor loner types together. That saying, I know, and we do have a wonderful community of just kind of people who like to mine, and there's a lot of solo miners, and there's nothing wrong with that,
Hostile Xenothreat forces have fled back to Pyro, thanks to the brave work done by the UE, Navy, and civilian defense.
See, that's the message that you're looking for. Is Xenothreat's over for a hot minute.
Please visit again.
That's the one you're looking for right there. So I'm going to go 16 points, and I need to drop out at 8, so it'd be 8.4, but it was 7.6, I thought, is what it was. So if 8 is, then it's an add back, so yeah, around 8. We'll drop out at 8 and see if we're in the air in Halo. And we may not be, but we'll be close. All right, let's just kind of... I'm going to use my boost now and punch this guy up. And I'm just trying to get some... trying to gain some altitude, get out of... Hey. This thing's got boost for days. That's kind of fun. All right, where are we at now? There we go. So we're going to drop out about 8, and we're going to see where we're at. Salvage that XT interest. Yeah, exactly. Dana, how you doing? YouTube didn't send a notification. Johan, how are you? I'm doing great. Sorry to hear that. We've had a great day today, man. We've had tons of people watching, lots of new faces, 75 likes, 2 awesome runs into the Halo for Quantanium. 1 very good run into the Halo for salvage, believe it or not. We are locating salvage in the Halo as well. We're going to head back out one more time and see how quickly we can find salvage in the Halo. And all we're doing is flying through the Halo as fast as we possibly can fly. And just hoping to find a salvage icon. And so that's where we were able to locate in about 10 minutes a C2 the last time. So we're just going to go back out there again and see how fast we can. And see if we can get it. Hold on. It's my niece texting me. All right, so at about 8, we're going to drop out of the Halo here. Haven't played SC in a couple of days due to Xeno lag. Johan, you're not the only one. There's been lots of people who have talked about Xeno lag. I get it, 100%. It's totally reasonable. And, yeah, I mean, you're not the only one. Xeno lame. I've heard Xeno lag, Xeno latency, Xeno lame. Definitely. Are you running an Atlas? No, I'm totally stock, Monty. Everything's been stock because things haven't been running that great, and there's been wipes recently. So, all right, let's see if we're in the Halo. Oh, we are. Well, that worked. I mean, we're not in a great part of the Halo, but that doesn't matter. It's definitely the Halo nonetheless. So now what we're going to do is I'm just going to crank this guy up to maximum speed. Once we get to maximum speed, I'm going to turn off the I'm going to turn off decoupled mode, and we're just going to basically fly until this is the method for locating. You want to cover as much ground in the Halo as you possibly can in order to find salvage. All right, so I'm decoupled now, and we're just cruising around. Atlas or Hyperion would be the best setup, decent GP. The Atlas is a great all-arounder, no question about it. So I'm going to turn off this. I am going to turn this on and just kind of occasionally ping out, just to see if we are seeing any kind of anything at all. All right, there's a few icons. There we go. Just keeping it honest. But all we're doing is we're just cruising, looking for icons for salvage, right? That's our main goal. Now, unfortunately, the opportunity markers no longer, at least I have never seen them mark anything that has to do with salvage anymore. So we're actually just kind of out here cruising around. But, you know, I'm sending out pings just to kind of keep it honest. Not necessarily, I mean, it's what we're looking for is like the footprint icon. Right? The dog print kind of looking icon. That's what we're looking for salvage. And, you know, and we're just, you know, we don't know how long it's going to take to find one of those. But we're cruising at very high velocity inside the Iron Halo. Kind of a very, boy, the lightest band that we possibly could find. But that's okay. We're still looking around for Iron Halo salvage. $13,600. Oh boy. And I think, you know, not to beat a dead horse, but I would definitely, if you had the day, if you were planning a day of just salvage operations, I would start that day out by getting a delivery box, right, or two, and having those. Did you your ping angle? Yes, I can't get mine to change. Mine have been left. I don't overwrite my user folder DPT, and I set mine a long time ago, and I have heard other people say that they're having a hard time resetting theirs. So I don't dare toggle mine because I have them set where my side mouse button is ping, and then holding down left Alt N and rotating forward and back changes it with my mouse wheel. But I can tell you on my new computer where I tried to do the exact same thing, it wouldn't let me do it at all. And so I know what you're talking about. So I haven't done it. And is there only way to change the scan mode? It is inside scan mode. That is the only way to change the angle. All right, we're cruising along here. All we're doing is we're hoping to see a salvage icon. Look at, we're flying at 1,113. We're basically max. Now, I am sending out pings, but these pings don't really mean anything. I'm not looking at any of them. You cannot get RS signatures on, not that I found anyways, on kind of the scrap pieces anymore. That being said, you know, just kind of cruising along. Now, if we go here about another 10 minutes and we don't see an icon, I will do a mini jump and get a little closer to, but we're just going to keep sending out pings and looking for, see how fast we're going, you know, how fast we flew past that guy. And we're looking for just that paw print icon that basically says, hey, there's a salvage ship close. Nothing yet. I love that that some of these, you know, some of these icons can get 25, 30 away now. And it is weird to me that that's a thing. We're cruising and cruising. I was looking for salvage the other day, and panels most certainly do show up with a. Oh, well, that's a good thing. The thing is, what I'll say is I've spent a ton of times. Hey, Captain Midnight, welcome aboard. How are you, sir? I've spent a ton of time in the Halo recently, and I have never, like, I look at every single opportunity marker in the prospector, and I never see salvage amounts. Single rock, I think. All right, interesting. We're decoupled, so that's why we're kind of... All right. Captain Midnight, how you been, man? All right, we're cruising along here. We're still high velocity. Iron Halo, just blowing through the Iron Halo at very high speeds. Now, I'm at a, you know, in a strange band, obviously a very light band. All that Quantanium flying by, I know. Have not seen a single RS value for salvage this patch. I haven't either. And I've looked at thousands of opportunity markers. And I'm not saying that they're not there. I think it's that there's so little scrap. But this method I used not long ago. About an hour ago, we were able to locate a ship to salvage in about 10 minutes. And we're getting on about 7-8 minutes now. So we're, it's just, it's a little like fishing, you don't know what you're going to run into. Not a prospector. Oh, Rycops, I did my first couple of runs. I did 55 SCU. And then after I had a couple of great runs in the prospector, then we decided to buzz and grab, because somebody mentioned to me that you can high speed through the air in Halo and find salvage, usually in 10, 15 minutes or so if you go really fast. And so we came to test that. We were lucky the first time. We found a C2. And we're just came back out here for a second run in the Vulture to see if we can find air and Halo salvage. And then to see how fast we can locate it. Oh, when it shows up in scan 6 or 8K, yeah, that's the thing. I don't even know that the scan mode's important, to be perfectly honest with you guys. I mean, we're just out here. We're really just using our trying to passively find a salvage ship. And in about 3 minutes, I think what I will do is I will probably do a mini jump. Yeah, definitely not. You're not wrong. I'm definitely in a light part of the belt, right? In the lightest part of it, which is okay. I figured if for this high speed stuff, maybe it would be a little better. As you can imagine, not necessarily having as many rocks to dodge. But, everything's about results, right? All you need is the right music to go with it. Yeah. Danger zone, right? Little K-log for the team. It's just wrong. Sorry. Oh. Hey, JT, how are you, man? Nice to see you. Things are great. How have you been, sir? Nice to see you. We got 78 likes, you guys. Jay, we can hit 100 likes, you guys. Think about that. Did you test out the serve shop next to a Rock and Halo? I did not test that out yet, Johan. It's on my list. It's on my bucket list of things to do. It definitely is. JT says, "Hey, Johan." Lo-fi, or very lo-fi, incredibly lo-fi. I don't know. I don't know that it gets more lo-fi than that. Oh, it's so funny. All right, we're cruising along. We have not seen anything yet. We're about to mini jump here. We're going to give it another minute or so. We'll spool up. We'll just do a quick mini jump. We're only going to jump, just a tiny bit anyways. And we're just trying to do the old just buzz through the air in Halo as fast as we possibly can, rip through. Hey, Silas. Hey-o. How you doing? Nice to see you. All right, so this is nothing here. I'm kind of curious. How far am I from HURL2? Let's set that back. Let me roll over and look. Because that'll kind of give me an idea if I was just leaving or just getting in there. Oh, yeah, I was just leaving, so I need to go back this way. And that's just fine. I had just caught the edge of it. All right, let's go ahead and we'll head this way for just a quick sec. Jumping a tiny bit with Xeno lag, 500 km further. Yeah, exactly. Well, we definitely have about actually a couple 100,000 we want to fly this way. So, I kind of just did a rough calculation and we hit the tail end of it. But my maths wasn't great, so we'll be all right though. We're gonna go ahead and hit it here. 7, 6, And boom.
Quantum drive is now.
All right, let's go ahead and turn back over here. Arc L4. We'll set that guy. Nice to bump into you. Slow weekend, bit of cooking and relaxing. How's things at your end? About the same. You know, I'm actually getting ready to cook a heck of a shish, doing some pineapple teriyaki shish kebab for one of the kids' birthday parties. So we're getting that the pineapple teriyaki marinade going here, and yeah, we're gonna do some awesome shish kebab tomorrow. So I'm really looking forward to it. All right, so we're back. Here we are again. We're back looking for, and a little bit, you know, obviously a little denser. It's not, I wouldn't call this dense by any stretch of the imagination, but a little denser location. Looking around, we're trying this high speed. Yes, it's going to be good. You know, I definitely grill a mean pineapple teriyaki chicken shish kebab. It'll have like green peppers, orange peppers, red peppers, yellow peppers, cherry tomatoes, and Vidalia onions all on the skewer. So that's what I'm doing, Mass. I'm occasionally pinging, but I'm just going top speed. Just hoping to run across, because you can pick up like a 9, you know, like a jump or you know, at 30 to 40 away. So the whole idea is just to pick up you know, go as fast as you can, cover as much ground as possible, and hope to see one of the footprint icons for, you know, and I'm not even, you know, pinging won't help because opportunity markers aren't, that's not how it's working right now. At least no opportunity markers are turning into salvage for me. I just tried quantum to the belt, came out of quantum, and then at a flat spin and blacked out. Josh, that's funny. All right, we got to keep our eyes peeled here. Looking for, you know, got to kind of keep looking around. Did you recover from the spin? Josh, careful when jumping. The momentum carries over when exiting the jump can cause funky things. It can. So, all right, we've got to keep our kind of head on a swivel here. We're looking for any, because you know, wherever we see one of those things, we're likely to only see it for a few moments, and then we've got to turn back in that direction. Gotcha, haven't played much. I tried once, but was V-scanning. It took a while to find something. It takes a long time to find stuff. The last time it took me about 10 minutes, and somebody had mentioned to me, Mass, that if you kind of buzz through the air in Halo at top speed, that usually within, you know, 10 to 15 minutes you can find something. And the good thing is what you find normally, if you have a delivery box with you, you could actually get 2 or 3 runs out of it. James, I have had some luck salvaging in the Halo. The last time I came out here, it took me about 10 minutes and I found a C2 carcass that I ate up. And I am looking, you know, I'm trying this method where we fly through the Halo at super fast speeds and just look for the dog print looking icon that's a salvage icon and pivot on it. So this time I'm about 15 minutes of fast flying out here right now, and I haven't seen anything yet. So, you know, it's not, you know, it's not proving to be the most ideal, you know, way to do this, but it's faster than actually going slow. So, but we're still looking for just kind of a salvage icon, and this is, I have not been salvaging much because, like I said, I don't want to go to a Lagrange point and just be on like a pirate's checklist of where to, you know, I'm not looking to be on a, you know, it's just like, oh, I'm just stopping by every Lagrange point. So to me, if I can't find it in the air in Halo, you know, or someplace where I can have some anonymity, I'm not going to just go someplace. Right, well, that's the whole thing, right? The only way you're going to find it is if the icons appear. And that's why I'm doing this high speed, going as fast as I possibly can through because, you know, cover as much ground as you can and hopefully you'll run across one. But, I mean, it is a needle in a haystack, I mean, type of thing. Maybe a little better than that, but not much. You have to go as to a safe Lagrange point where no one comes. Well, Johan, there are none of those. Don't get me wrong. It's true that you may go to the Lagrange points and for sure not have any problems. But I don't like to go anywhere like that. To me, it just seems like I'm just kind of setting myself up for disaster. You know. Now I understand you can go to the Lagrange points, and you can go kind of far away. Yeah, shish is dough. I mean, just get a little bit of your favorite teriyaki sauce and some pineapple juice, and just and mix that together with a little apple cider vinegar, because that's acidic and it'll help the marinade take. You know, cut your chicken into some 1-inch blocks and marinate the crap out of that stuff. Marinate the crap out of your veggies too, and normally at least marinate it for 24 hours, if not a little longer. But for us, we'll do a 24-hour marinade on it. I still have not seen any. We're out here just kind of super fast cruising, looking around for any kind of a salvage icon. And we are covering some ground, I'll tell you that. Don't go to CR. Yes, well, you're not wrong, Johan. ARC-L1, CRU-L1, those more heavily traveled places. And you're probably right when you say that there are some Lagrange points that maybe nobody has on their list. The thing is, if I was a pirate, I would be just going to just constantly, and I wanted to hit salvagers, I would be going to every Lagrange point, and looking for them. One after another until I, found somebody. All right. Well, the first time we found a C2 in about 10 minutes, we're getting on to closer to 20 minutes this time. So we have not had as good a success this time, but it makes sense. I mean, you're not just going to fly out here and find things right away. But all right. Who knows how much... Somebody made the joke earlier, like, how much Quantanium have I passed? That's a great question. I have no idea. And this just lends itself towards the fact that, salvage is just... Who in our chat is salvages all the time and never has any problem finding anything? And is it always Lagrange points? That's the thing. I just was hoping that there would be these... have some anonymity-free type places where you could locate this stuff. All right, we're cruising along. You're also in band 4 of 5. Well, no question about that. It certainly could be a band issue. It's called fishing, not catching. You're not wrong, Nate. You're absolutely right. That's always a great way to look at it. You just got to keep on going over the next hill. Keep on, having perseverance. Keep on moving. There's been lots and lots and lots of nights Quantanium mining when I go out there and I'm like, I'm not doing this 18%er. And then 47 minutes later, I'm like, oh God, here's a 17%er. I'm just going to do this. Hell with it. Lagrange points are mainly for panels, but you can come to some spots in the Halo more spread out. Factual. Fair enough. All right, cool. Well, we haven't seen any salvage icons yet. And we're just buzzing along here. I'm just going to kind of do a tighter scan, like do it at like a 45 now. I'm just going to curiously see if we can. We're hauling ass through the Halo. We really are. If you see rocks and you pass opportunity markers, it's ore deposit. If you see nothing, it's a salvage marker. Yeah, if you see nothing, it's a salvage. Oh, I see. All right. Well, we'll see. All right, let's get out a V-scan here. We'll do a 45 ping. So we have been boogieing now for a good little over 20 minutes. We have not seen any salvage yet. We found that first salvage C2 in about 10 minutes, so. Band 5 is only 40k apart. Yeah, it's definitely, you know, landing in that one is, you know. Three to one's about 500 to 600, gotcha. We are cruising. Now I'm just going to leave. I'm not going to ping for a little bit. I'm just going to leave that off and just see if we happen to get lucky. Ooh, there's 3 rocks that just blew past us. There's one down below us. That's funny. There was one patch where, like, there was, like, when I would come out of Quantum in the Air and Halo, and there'd be, like, 3 890s sitting right there. It's like, what in the heck? There was one, like, night, you know, in between patches. You know, like, a patch came out, and then, I went to the Air and Halo that night, and then a patch came out the next day, and it wasn't like it. But it was, like... Oh my stars. It was like so much salvage everywhere. I was like, this is way overdue. There's no way they're going to get away with this. Halo is more over distance and height versus, yeah, with the Earth. Yeah, I hear what you're saying there. So we are cruising along. We are not going to have to pay more attention to what band I'm in. I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see, right? I mean, if for some reason there is some kind of a ban thing that's going on with salvage, then that will be an interesting thing to make note of. I don't know that there is, but I'm just being honest. I don't know. Lots and lots of icons. Definitely don't see anything. I'll be sending via link to a tool later on Discord, but we haven't had time to correlate handles to exchange the info. Yeah, my Discord handle is in, I think, the description, Ocean, but yeah, we'll definitely catch up, and I need to kind of have that handy anyways for my 319 testing coming up. Because I'm sure that I'm gonna have to learn, definitely, I mean, with everything changing in the verse, you know, being able to hit those is going to be an important thing. I need to pay more attention to the bands myself. All right, we've been flying for quite a long time now with no salvage markers at all. So let me do this. We are going to fly back towards HURL2. I'm going to drop out at about 6 point, you know, just go like a little ways. And we'll see how we do. See if it looks thicker or not. Thank you, Aoshin. I appreciate that. That's awesome. All right, we're going to get... Let's drop off of 50.
Quantum drive is now off.
This looks to be about the same. We're going to go a little bit further. I'm going to jump one more time here. I'm looking for a little bit thicker part of the belt. But I'm only going to go in kind of... Now I'm just going to go in... I'm at 65.45, so I'll drop off the next time at 65.00. I'm going to go in increments of 50,000 now. See if I can get lucky and get into a little bit thicker part.
Quantum drive is now on.
Alright, here we go.
Quantum drive is now off.
Yeah, this is definitely a step up. This is a band up, for sure. Alright, let's go back here now. And set that route. That's just to keep the sun at our back. You can tell this is definitely a thicker band here. Not the thickest, I don't think, but a thicker band. And we are going to go ahead and just kind of start moving. I'll send out some pings, but they're going to be pretty tight. We'll just see if we get lucky this, in this one. The tool uses 3 points in distance to triangulate. You're in band 3. Gotcha. So this is a little bit better. Just flew past 2 rocks, so right over the top of my head. We are out here looking for salvage. And the first time we found salvage in about 10 minutes, but this time now we're getting on to be better than a half hour. So there's Quantanium everywhere in the Halo, and that's doing great. We are looking for the paw print icons or the salvage icons out here in the Halo. I would like to think that we could consistently find that in, say, 15-20 minutes, but it doesn't look like that's the case. And that's okay. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Well, why won't this ping at 11? Oh, it was just being weird. All right, we'll keep on moving here. Definitely starting to feel a little more lag, and I'm gonna kind of rock it over this way because I was heading towards that rock. Okay. Not seeing anything quite yet. Very cool. It would be interesting if someday when they have ships with better sensors, and that type of thing, if they could pick things up at a further distance away, that would be great. I wish they'd really kind of just unhomogenize some of that stuff. XT, yes, it is for sure. It's in between right now, Johan. They talked about how, they were proud of everybody for knocking it out lately. So, it's just it will fire back up again here pretty quick, but it's in that in between state. We're going to go about 5 more minutes, and then we may try to reband again. Just kind of curious. Or let it filter the scan salvage only. Yeah, well, that's it. It's so funny, Nate, that you should mention that. I remember I had my soon-to-be 13-year-old. I'd forced him into child labor and making a mole mine with me. And he's seen how I was scanning, and he was watching. He's like, I don't understand something. I'm like, what don't you understand? He said, you should just be able to turn on. It was like, if you want to find Bexelite at over 37%, or whatever, over 27%, you should just be able to tune your scanner to that. And the only thing that it would find is that. So when you ping out, is the only thing it's looking for is Bexelite over 27%. And when it finds it, it gives you a marker. The rest of it wouldn't give you anything. Yeah, I agree 100%. Being able to tune your scanners to the specific things that you're scanning for, it just seems like that's, an absolute no-brainer. I agree with that 100%. I think that's would be great. And that way, it's like, well, I'm only looking for corundum. I'm only looking for aluminum. I'm only looking for iron. I'm only looking for whatever. All right, couple more minutes and we'll turn over and we'll try and get into a little bit thicker band than we are in now. Yeah, no, it was a great, it made me laugh. I mean, he was not wrong. I was like, yeah, somebody should tell CIG that. And I love that. I mean, I thought it was it's such a good idea to be able to filter your scans like that. It's like, yeah, you're not wrong. That would be ideal. All right, no salvage icons yet. We're just kind of pinging our way through this place. Definitely getting a little more laggy. It's the simple things I want in the game most. Filtered scans, guild chat, NPCs that sit on chairs. You're not wrong. Also, what would be really beneficial would be being able to set your own markers and return to them. That's another just quality of life thing. Holy mackerel. Could you imagine, Nate? All right, well. I would say, let me go ahead and turn this over. I would say let's head back towards here again. Okay. Now I'm gonna drop off at 64. Just 64,000 flat. I'm gonna go about 100,000 or 94,000 and see where we're at as far as the band goes there. Markers would be nice. They smell. They would be. They would make me really happy. All right, so we're at 6.4 flat. Boom. Nothing here at all. So I think I'm gonna go a little, because there's always that one. There's that. I'm gonna go down to like 6.35 and see if all of a sudden we get back into the belt, because there's that one spot of the belt that's kind of like, it's kind of clean. It definitely stops and starts in one spot, so I don't know if I've gotten into that or if I've overflown it. Yeah, see how I'm getting back into it again? So yeah, so that's interesting. So now I'm going to drop out at about 3.63 flat and see where we're at there. Well, and I've done that before, Johan. I've used my alt account as a marker before. You know, and it's cumbersome. But it definitely works. All right, 6-3, and boom.
Quantum drive is now off.
Still kind of light here. All right, well, 625 is next. I'm looking for a thicker band. But I'm just kind of going, you know, in increments of about between 40 and 50,000 and just kind of falling out. So 6.25 is my next little stopping point.
Quantum drive is now off.
Looks like I'm completely out again. All right, we'll go another 47 and see where we're at. We probably have driven out of it by now then. It's not really as wide as people think it is. It's not crazy wide.
Quantum drive is now on.
I probably have flown out of it if I were to guess, but we'll see.
Quantum drive is now
No, we haven't driven out of it. Cool. Well, let's go 6195. Or 61, yeah. Let's go about 50,000 more. Yes, Star Side is leaving Halo. If it's thin. Yeah.
Quantum drive is now on.
Alright, we'll try and get it down to the 5-0 here and see what we got.
All members of the Civilian Defense Force, this is Special Agent Rowena Dooley, Advocacy Attaché for the CDF. The UEE Navy is in urgent need of assistance. CDF pilots, or those volunteers who wish to become CDF members, are hereby requested to report for duty.
Hey Indigo, how are you? We already did a lot of Quantanium mining early in the stream, and then we did, you know, I had heard about this method where you fly really fast in the Halo and you can find salvage, but we have not. We found some salvage in 10 minutes, but now we're just kind of flying around. I'm looking for a little bit thicker band to try and. So I'm moving forward here, inching forward, and I'm looking for a little bit nicer. Oh yeah, no, I could go there for sure. Well, lagging, that's exactly right. To be honest with you, it just means that it's you know, we're headed towards Lagsville now. You're not wrong, Johan. So I'm going to drop it 6 flat here, and let's see where we're at.
Quantum drive is now off.
Yeah, it just seems like this thin band goes a long ways. We're at 6, almost perfectly 6 flat. So now I'll do 59.50.
Quantum drive is now on.
I'm going about every 50,000 or so I'm dropping on. I'm looking for thick band.
Quantum drive is now off.
Where am I on the map here? I definitely am. Yeah, no. Hard to say. It's weird how there's been several times where it's stopped and started. Again, that to me. I don't know that I've ever done this where I go like every 50,000 and just check. I was really hoping to just kind of find a thicker band just because. Without fucking me working. I reclaimed I found salvage in the EPTU, but never found it. Yeah, so I know. That's what we're talking about, Indigo, is the fact that it doesn't seem to be around anymore.
Is now off.
Yeah, I think I've flown out of it now, you guys. Well, it's here nor there. Let's head back towards Arc Corp. Or this Arc-L. And then we'll just find another place in the Halo and just look around and high-speed it some more and see if we can get lucky. I'll have to look at that tool later to figure out how to triangulate to the bands. Yeah, well, you're not wrong. That's the thing. The day before, you know, in the PTU, the day before it was abundant, and the day it went live, it was gone. And that's the way they did it. They just completely took it out of the air in Halo entirely and forced everybody to Lagrange points for it, which is, I don't know. Wasn't great. I'm just gonna be here. I got about another half hour or so that we're gonna look around for some salvage. And I mean, hey, if we don't find it, that just goes to tell you, you know, where we're at.
Quantum drive is now off.
You know, where we're at is if there's no salvage around, there's no salvage around. We did find a C2 in about 10 minutes of fast flying in the Halo. But then now we've done probably well over a half hour of fast flying in the Halo and haven't seen anything. And it's, you know, it's location, location, location. Look at that. There's a huge cluster. Of course, you fly past all the, you know, every bit of awesome Quantanium when you're out here in the world. I have an alt account, and I was hoping to have the alt stack boxes in mine to salvage semi-solo play. Yeah. Well, that's not a bad idea, having the alt sit in the back of the old Vulture and just kind of, you know, do the pivot and have him stack the stuff for you. Pretty smart move. All right, we're fast flying in the Halo again. We're going to do this for about 15 minutes and see how it goes. And I'll declare it as really just not efficient. I mean, I know it's a small sample size, just a couple trips out, but, you know, if it's going to take that long, salvage is probably going to be like 318 next patch, the current situation. Yeah, could be. So you're fast flying looking for 2,000. Well, that's the problem. Like right now, the RS signatures aren't even showing up as, at least for me, I've looked at, since 3.18.2 has gone live, at least 1,000 opportunity markers, and none of them are ever the salvage signatures. I never find the 2,000 or the flat signatures anymore for any scrap in the Halo. So it's like they decoupled the opportunity markers from the salvage. The only thing I do find are the paw print ships out in the air in Halo. That's it. That's all I've been able to find. And they're few and far between. Now, I did see one salvage icon when I was prospector mining today. And I did, when I brought the Vulture out and we tried this, in 10 minutes I'd located a C2. But I came back out here to see if I could kind of, you know, do that again. And now I've been flying around closer to 40 minutes and I haven't found any salvage at all. So, it's too bad. You know, I'm not the type of person who's ever going to take a Vulture into a Lagrange point, especially when there's an air and Halo available to me. You know, where I can just go ahead and take my prospector. I wasn't getting any RS signature values in the belt on the PU just a week before. I was getting lots of stuff. Well, that's the thing, right? There was a moment in 3.18.2 where, yes, there was lots of salvage. There really was. There was a moment. All right, we are speed flying. I'm just going to cruise around, man. The other thing that's very interesting to me is look how long it's taking sometimes for these opportunity markers to pop up. It might just be a situation where there's so much lag that, you know, by the time one of those is coming into, you know, where it should give us the thing, we're already past it because we're flying so fast. I don't necessarily know, but that's, you know, there's a possibility there. 12 more likes. Thank you. That's awesome. I love where your head's at. Did you find another ship yet? I didn't. I've only found that first one, DPT. And I have not. I've been flying around now about 45 minutes or so, or 40 minutes or so. And I haven't found another one. Yeah, 18. No problem, though, for sure. No, I can definitely say, now, once again, this is a small sample size, but it doesn't seem to be efficient You know, and I knew it wasn't, but I also wanted to kind of test for you guys to see if, you know, well, I shouldn't say I knew it wasn't. I was surprised the first time we flew out here and in 10 minutes located something. I was actually kind of hopeful. But this has more been my experience with the Iron Halo and salvage since 318's gone live. It's what we're experiencing now, which is flying around the Iron Halo all day long and not finding any. It's like all the server resources swapped from salvage. Yeah, it's really weird. I don't, you know. You can see how long it's taken me to get. Like, I'm pressing ping way more than you guys will ever know. And it's not even doing the pings. It's just like everything's super slow now. I haven't tried Lagrange points, but since they buffed up pirating so much, yeah, that's exactly right, Indigo. That's my whole point. Like, I'm not going to go to a Lagrange point. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to go to somewhere I'm just on some pirate's checklist of places to check. You know? It's just, you know, it's just, that's silly. I'm not just, you know, I'm not going to put myself on a platter and put an apple in my mouth and say, come pirate me. That is exactly right. Just check the issues council about salvage not showing up. 3 issues reported with 125, 342, and 52 reproductions. Oh, wow. Salvage scanning is broken. Well, it is broken, Rhino. The only thing that we've been trying to do, Rhino, is coming out here and seeing if we could go fly super fast through the Iron Halo and see if we could see the salvage icons, like the dog print icons. And we did. The first time we did this, we found salvage is there. You just can't scan for it. Yeah, that's the thing. I was, you know, hoping to find kind of the... We did. We came out here and we flew around at high speed for 10 minutes or so, and we found a ship icon. You know, one of the dog paw looking salvage icons. We salvaged that C2, and then we took off and took that back to Lordville. Came back out here, and now we've been flying around for an hour or so, and we haven't been able to find a second one. So, and it was just me testing. Weird. Almost looked like we was flying past the ship there. I don't trade either for 10% profit. Well, yeah, well, that's the thing, right? I mean, right now with things being, yeah, I mean, and especially, I wouldn't trade at all right now because 30K protection is not always working. I mean, 30K protection is many times failing. So trading to me, because just for that reason alone, you know, I don't. But you know what? I mean, don't get me wrong. I could have spent the last hour here mining in the Iron Halo, and I would have been fine. You know, I'd have found another couple of nodes, but I wanted to test this today to see if there was a way to just fast fly through the Halo. Like somebody had mentioned this to me as a potential option, and we did find one piece of salvage. And had I had a delivery box with me, I would have been able to return to it once or twice. So even if it took you an hour to find something, if it was an 890 jump, it might be worth it. I moved a little over 1,000 SU to refined quant and haven't seen any pirates. I look for... Well, and that's the one thing I will say. You're not wrong, Eric. You know, we all expected this to be the piracy patch, only it's been so unstable, it's been the nothing patch for anybody. I mean, you know, pirates are, you know, facing the same issues that we are. I mean, they, you know, it's just not a stable platform to be playing on. So, you know, I mean, and that's driving a lot of the regular people away, and then, you know, I mean, of course you have to buy the vulture, you know, so not a lot, I mean, you know, a lot, not, you know, the people who are salvaging are, you know, are buyers. But yeah, this was for science today. You're exactly right, JT. I just decided to fly around the Iron Halo's maximum speed just to see if I could get lucky, you know, and see if, you know, maybe it's a situation where if you just covered enough ground, you would see the ship icons, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Even the yellow belt is hard to find salvage, and that, yes, you're not wrong. That's where people had been kind of you know, look, it's okay, once in a blue moon, these, like, I think these rocks are they kind of look like you know, once in a blue moon they look like a C2 or something. I'm like, what is that? Am I passing one? I just don't know it. All right, let's look at the time here. I got about another 18 minutes or so that I can continue flying around looking. 30K protection's a bit unreliable. It is unreliable right now. It's very unreliable. I do wonder if we're flying so fast right now. Look, I'm sending out a ping, and I'm not getting opportunity markers now that they don't pop up for, let's count. Boom, ping. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1009, 1010, 1000. See what I mean? It's 10 seconds. I mean, I might be flying past all sorts of salvage, but by the time it could draw the icon for me, I'm past it, unless I was literally flying right at it. So I might not be able to catch like these ones that would be on the edge of my, I think about 4,000 or 5,000 away on each side of me, I should be able to see that stuff. But it may not, by the time it would draw the icon for me, I might be flying past it. Because I have seen tons of clusters that I've flown by. So it is interesting for sure. Have higher profits percentages for risk, save fuel, and flying a straight line decoupled. Yeah, I definitely had been flying decoupled for the most part. But now that's interesting. But yeah, you're not wrong. For sure. You definitely save a little bit of money that way. At least you can ping. That's going to stop soon as well. What? What are you talking about, Johan? Oh, you mean? Oh, I press and ping many times and it doesn't ping at all. You're not wrong. I know what you're saying. Like I'm pressing ping 10 times. Like there's lots of times right now I'm pressing ping, and it's actually not pinging out, and it's not because I'm spamming it. Like I could wait like 5 or 6 seconds sometimes and press ping, and like I just pressed it, nothing. But then some stuff does pop up. I was having trouble pinging too. Sometimes I'd have to wait too. Yeah, it was definitely like it's every 2 or 3 times. So, all right. Well, we got about another 10 minutes or so. We're gonna look for salvage stuff, and I think we will just call. I know it's a small sample size, but in my mind, if I flew around, and I'll do a mini jump again, but if I flew around an hour and I did not see one bit of scrap, that's probably a pretty good indicator that there's not a lot of it around. And we do know that the scanning's broke for it, so that's definitely contributing big time to the issue. But I was hoping, like I said, just to catch the ship icons. Just to catch an icon of a ship, just where you can, if you straight line long enough, maybe you'd find one. It's fun. I still am having fun. It's tons of fun. I don't mind looking for things. I mean, I really enjoy looking for things. And I understand it's, there's some tedium to it, but it doesn't bother me any. Just went past the rocks real fast. All right. Nothing. Ooh, boy, the Halo has been stingy on salvage. Definitely it's not bad for mining. You know, mining is okay. But salvage, it is being stingy. Stingy. You have way more patience than me. You're probably a good fisherman. Well, that's the thing. I mean, I really do feel like this is for posterity, Indigo. Like, I definitely am here doing this so I can just help. Because lots of people ask me all the time, like, it's kind of, you're not wrong. I mean, a little bit like the fishing report. Lots of people DM me and say, hey, how's the mining? Or how's the salvage? Or do you know anything about this? And I'd like to be up to speed with it. Right now, salvage is in a very, just not a great spot. I mean, you don't get me wrong, you can find salvage. I don't like the idea of having to go to Lagrange points to find it. But you can find it, and you can travel, lightly traveled Lagrange points and get away with lots of mining without getting pirated. But for me, I just prefer the anonymity. Thanks for suffering for us. Now I know I'm not getting... Well, and that's the thing. That's exactly right, Eric. I mean, I want people, you know. What's down here? Oh, a bunch of rocks, eh? Cool. You know, and I was literally at the point where I was going to recommend the vulture, like I said before. And it'd be okay because they fixed the rocks. Well, that's, Johan, you're not wrong, right? That's the thing. You know, there are many times. I think that's actually the case too. I don't think as much as we kind of want to giggle about it, I think there's probably some truth to that. Is that the fixing of the one thing led to the breaking of the other? Because opportunity markers and salvage are decoupled from each other. Yep. And listen, I mean, I work for a software company, and we have that happen all the time where we do a hot patch or something like that. Where'd they go? And it just breaks something else, you know, and it's inadvertent. It's just you don't have the same amount of time for regression. If you, you know, I mean, it's the nature of the beast. I will not melt my vulture. It will get fixed. Fair enough. I don't blame you. I'm not going to melt my vulture either. I mean, you know. But I definitely have had zero luck back out here. It should be a yes. Well, and keep in mind, you know, I've talked about it a lot in the stream here today. But think about how the SRV is going to change salvage forever. Right? The SRV, instead of you going to look for salvage, instead of going to the salvage, you're going to be able to take the SRV, go grab the salvage, and bring it to a certain spot. So you literally can just go look around for salvage with the SRV. You know, maybe have your operation somewhere in the Halo. And then, you know, honestly, then just, you know, very, 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 just go have the SRV grab, like have it, maybe it's stopped by Port Alisar. Oh, here's the derelict husk. Boom, grab it, pick it up, haul it away. You know, if you know where there's been like a Xeno threat or a jump town or that type of thing, or, you know, maybe around security post Korea, you can just go and have the SRV grab something and bring it to a certain spot. And that's really going to change salvage to me. And it potentially could change Quantanium mining. I mean, you might just find rocks and grab them and I'll be able to actually tractor beam, you know, Quantanium rock. You might be able to have a processing place in the middle of zero space and have the SRVs just going out and collecting the crap that you're going to process. I mean, it's just such a cool idea to me. No, I'm not. I'll be getting that. Yes, I'm an SRV. I 100% believe in the SRVs. You know, now don't get me wrong. We're gonna learn a lot about how tractor beams are gonna work pretty quickly. But yeah, it's not far away. I'm hoping that sometime in the next, I'm hoping that sometime in the next little bit of time we'll be able to, to locate, that we'll get a sense of how the tractor beams work. Sorry, it was lots of casual MMO, like completely silly. Yes, for sure. All right, let's kind of get up above that. I'm going to boost up because that guy is. All right, you guys, we've kind of. I would just declare the Halo is kind of not happening, right? So now let's head over to CRUL3 because we're really close. And there's CRUL3LA, right? Yep, let's just do that. Let's just go see if there's any salvage over there. Now, now I'm gonna go head to a spot that it's, not necessarily cool, but whatever. Let's go ahead. Let's try. 319 has to be out for it does. Yep, it does. Zero Space Mining and Salvage sounds like a good company name or a techno pan. Zero Space Mining and Salvage, yeah. If 319, that's awesome. If 319 would be next month, it should be in the PTU. Well, it is. 319 is in the Evocati PTU right now. Moonraker, are you having any luck? I spent 3 hours last night and didn't find anything anywhere. Now, Moon, I had fantastic luck today. Quantanium mining. 2 runs right in a row. One of them was a unicorn run, Moon. And so, yes, I did fine with Quantanium mining. With salvage, I had heard that if you do, go really, really, really fast in the air in Halo, you can run across ships. And the first time I did it, in 10 minutes, I found a C2 salvage. The second time, Moon, I've been out here over an hour flying around and never seen anything. And it could be because of lag. I almost wonder if I'm because I'm flying so fast that by the time it would actually draw the icon for me, I'm already out of its range. But hard to say. But definitely it's not, regardless what it is, it's not efficient. You cannot find salvage in the Halo area efficiently. But Quantanium's everywhere in the Halo, and it's and I'm doing really well with that. But I just wanted to, because a lot of people have been saying, hey, V, what's salvage like in the Halo? And I wanted to kind of be educated on it. My best guess is it's not great. I mean, so I'm going to head over to CRU. After flying around for an hour and finding nothing, I'm going to head over to a Lagrange point and see if there's anything around there. Real quick. This is more of a curiosity of mine than anything. CRUL3A, boom. All right, what do we got? Okay. I usually do a 200. That's not a bad idea. We'll just go about that. Just going to cruise through here for a few minutes and see if we find anything. I wish they would fix 318 before 319. And that's the question, Indigo, it's interesting to me. It seems to me like we could have a 318.3 patch or whatever, instead of a 319 patch for Invictus, but we'll have to see. A version to get as bug-free as possible. Man, it would be sure would be nice. I think the problem with locating salvage right now is this, though. Watch. I send out a ping, 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1009, 1010, 1011. There you go. See, it's 10 or 11 seconds before the pings are even coming back. I think this is one of the problems that we're having, right, with locating this stuff. I mean, it's Xeno has the server so behind that it's difficult. Jazzy Cat. Hey, Jazzy, how are you? Nice to see you. Also give you time to eyeball. Yeah. Yeah, Shus, I think we need a 318-3 or maybe a 4 to ring it. Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, I would rather see it become more stable than worrying about adding more features, honestly. And give us some purpose for the love of heaven. You know, have a community event where you've got to have people mining to, I don't know, save a space station or something like that. Yeah, the lag is crazy. It's insane right now. You're not wrong. I mean, I'm doing a 10 count before my pings are coming back. Give me a break. You know, and I'm not seeing any, you know, I'm flying around here through Lagrange point and I'm seeing 0. And I mean 0 salvage. XT is causing more lag than SIG is letting on. Oh, they're not wrong. You're not wrong about that, Rhino. And I think I you know me, I don't like to knock SIG that much. I don't think they've done a good job this last year. I hate to say year, but I thought the release of the 3.17.2 patch when they released it into Invictus was garbage. It was garbage. They ended up having to do a wipe and messing around with that later. Of course, we've then suffered through all the 3.17 stuff. And then, of course, you know, 3.18 was as late as it was. And then 3.18 launch was just a disaster. And the 3.18.1 was, you know, the whole we're going to wipe, not wipe thing. And then here we are. You start an event as soon as the first time people can play, literally in months, you know what I mean? And so, you know, SIG, they're not batting 1,000 right now, but there's some great stuff coming. I mean, hopefully the 3.19 mining stuff will be good. The tractor beam stuff will be good. You know, hey, I mean, that's what the goal is, right? I mean, we're hoping for that. Hey, Grumpy, how you doing? Nice to see you, sir. So, I mean, you know, it's definitely been not a great year. I mean, I hate, you know, and you know me, guys, I don't like to say that stuff. You know, I don't like to, you know, like I've always said, you know, I want to be a little more Van Halen than Pink Floyd on this stuff, but it's hard. I mean, they're making it hard. And I mean, this ping stuff here, what? 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1009, 1010, 1011. There you go. 11 seconds to get my ping back. I mean, that's... Come on, man. What are you supposed to do? I started in June, bought Prospect and a Taurus. Overall, it's gotten worse. I was having fun in 3.17 and it got worse. Yeah, you know what? It's not, you're not wrong. It's just been, it's, you know, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say words that I don't like to say. It's been a disaster. And they've really done a very poor job. 3.17s were mismanaged. 3.18 launch was a complete and utter Garbola launch. Then you finally get something reasonably stable in place and to throw Xenothread on top of it and to kind of defend it as like, we have to have this data. Well, I get that, but maybe turn it on for a day or two and collect your data and turn it off. You know, let us play, damn it. Isn't it just Had Night and Quant that will be well, that's all mining has been traditionally is Had Night and Quant, for sure. So anyways, yeah, it has been a great stream today. I've really enjoyed myself. Quantanium mining in the Air and Halo right now is not bad, okay? Quantanium mining in the Air and Halo is acceptable. You can find Quantanium at a relatively decent clip. You can mine it, you can get it back. If you get elevators to work and that type of thing, that loop is somewhat okay. But salvage is, you know, in a really kind of a weird state. And yeah, I mean, I think all of us just want some purpose. All of us just want to play the game. And it's not in the best state right now. It's definitely not. I mean, especially when you're getting 11 standing 11 counts after you ping. So, you know, like I said, I don't, you know, first of all, just today's been a super fun stream. It's been great. and we did really well. We, put better than 50 SEU in the hopper. We did find, within 10 minutes, we found a nice C2 in the air and Halo to salvage. And whether or not there needs to be tons of salvage in the air and Halo, I don't think so. I mean, it's reasonable that there wouldn't be 890s everywhere. Grumpy says, it's not been great, that's for sure. I hadn't played for about 6 months and come back to 318. It will get better again. That's, we should glasses half full as much as we can. It will get better. I think when Pyro is going to be introduced, they might move Quant Hadnite Abundance to Pyro and make it more rare and stat. Maybe, Johan, there definitely is this school of thought that like anything that's going to be good to get has to be in the place where there has to be conflict. I hope that because the universe is so big and abundant, that there are, even though it doesn't have to be in the equal quantities, but I hope that it's not like a situation like what comes to mind is what is that little mobile game? It's like where you absolutely cannot get any of the good stuff unless you go to where there's PvP. To me, that's a bridge too far. I would like to see, at least if you're a competent miner and you don't feel like going into PvP and you look hard around for things that you can find anything, because the universe is the universe, right? It's got all the building blocks. Don't lock off all the good stuff into only PvP areas. I'm not saying that people should be able to just kind of farm at will and have the same level of success, but have everything available everywhere. Just keep it in quantities that's reasonable. So, anyways, I'm not finding any salvage here at all. Let's see if we can go to the station. Is there all right, let's go to a different Lagrange point, I guess. I don't know. HURL2. All right, let's head over there and see. Well, even if you find something salvaging itself isn't really working too well, boxes sucking back into the machine and vanishing. Yeah, you're not wrong. That's the other side of it, Moon. It's just like, if locating the stuff is this, and that's the thing. Earlier, Moon, like when I found my Quantanium, I flew back to the Arc L4. I landed in that hangar. The elevator didn't work. I had to go over to a pad. The elevator didn't work. I had to go back to menus. And then I got lucky that I managed to get that stuff in the hopper. PC is all good, thanks. Yeah, solo players should be able to last but decent money if they're competent. Yeah, that's all I'm saying is don't just block off all the good stuff where you can't get it unless, don't force people to PvP. Now, am I saying that there shouldn't be some very good lucrative resources to fight over? No. I'm not saying that at all. And if there are orgs that get in there and slug it out and one team, successfully wins and holds off the other, and they are, there's a great big reward for it, I'm all for it. But don't not put Quantanium and stand. Don't move. It's like if you need like whatever Loveite to make like some cool like thing, don't just put it the only place to get it is like in a hell zone with all sorts of bloodthirsty people. Spread it out just a touch. I mean, have a little bit of it be available in places where people can get to it. I'm not saying it's nearly as much, but like keep it where don't alienate the 55 to 60-year-old dude who just wants to come home, and then just grab his prospector and go out and make a little money. Don't force that guy into PvP because you're just going to lose him as a player. And that's the facts. And I know that because that's my community. My community is people that are between 30 and 80 that just want to kind of, want to just do a little mining here. I mean, and of course, and enjoy it and be competent at it and have it be where if they take a half hour, 45 minutes or an hour out of their day, they can, you know, maybe earn a little space bucks or whatever. And don't turn it down to where, you know, you only make like 10% of the space bucks because, you don't go out into some super. And don't get me wrong, put rewards in those places too for the people who do.
Drive is now.
You know, I'm okay with both those things can exist at the same time for me. All right, so we definitely are running a little long today on the old stream, but I thought I would at least try and find one more thing to salvage while we were out and about. I will hit this Lagrange point and see if there's anything here. HURL2A. All right, off we go. Hey, Tuckus, how you been, man? Nice to see you. The day's gone well, man. We've did a couple of Quantanium runs. Those went well. One good salvage run. But we've been kind of stymied looking around for more salvage as the server's gotten a little more slowed up with Xeno threats. So, yep, we're just going to kind of cruise around a little bit more. Tuckus, I found by going really, really fast in the air in Halo, I did find a C2 salvage piece in the air in Halo. I didn't have a delivery box with me or anything, but then I flew back out to the air in Halo and did fast flying again and flew for an hour and didn't see another thing. So, salvage is not. I would say I've spent a lot more time looking around for things than salvaging things. LOL, I'm 63. My eyes and reactions are so unimpressive. I'll never be a top PvPer. This is what it is. I accepted it years back. Well, Indigo, that's what I'm saying too. I mean, I'm not. I'll be 51 this year. I know exactly what you're saying, and it's not. I don't mind PvP. I'm not saying that, and I accept piracy, and PvP is fine. I love PvP. I don't have any problems with it. I just don't want everything locked behind a gate. Like, don't take all the best stuff and just lock it someplace where you have to do it. Like, just leave a little bit of that stuff out where people can, if they're persistent enough, they can find it and they can just, they're not locked away. Oh, hydration levels declining. What's that? Where am I at? Oh, I'm just down to 49%. Okay, not too bad. One time I found an 8K node from 13K out, but salvage said, yeah, if you made no money, I'm sure you'll learn some tricks like going fast. Yeah. Well, and you can see here, you guys, I've got nothing. Hell, Ramax, welcome to the channel. What black magic did you perform for the game to let you play? Well, it started out with a sacker, a little, a little Wodan, What is that? Yeah, it definitely is. I have been able to play today, but and there's been lots of people, Remax, who have come and said they haven't been able to. So you're not the only one. But it's whatever black magic it was. It definitely, I might be down a liver. Wake up. I'll probably wake up in a salty ice bath with. Missing an important something or another tomorrow. But I got to play today. But hey, I mean, this is what we're facing here, guys. Watch. Remember, ping. Well, hold on. I'll let the icons die. And then I'll ping here in just a sec. So here we go. Watch. Oh, sorry. They just showed up from the last ping when I pinged this out. So hold on. I've got to let these clear, and I've got to let the next set clear as well. There's just, I'm in a Lagrange point. Where the heck? This is the second Lagrange point I've been in. Where is the salvage? Come on. All right, I've got to let this set go, and I've got to let the next set go, and then I'm going to show you guys what we're up against. As far as the ping goes. Hold on, I gotta wait a few more seconds, I think. Alright, I'm gonna watch this. I'm gonna ping. Here we go, watch. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1009, 1010, 1011, 1012. I mean, that's how long it's taking for us to get even our pings back. So I think that's contributing to why it's so hard to locate the salvage. I mean, that's my best guess is that. I mean, I'm flying through my second Lagrange point, and I'm unable to locate any. Now, I did find one C2 in the air and Halo, fast flying. You know, but, you know, targeting ships instead of pinging, well, you're probably not wrong. You're probably not wrong, Johan. I mean, the rocks are so much different in the Lagrange points. I don't know if you guys remember where they talked about how they had changed the asteroids in the Lagrange points, but not in the Halo. I don't spend a lot of time in Lagrange points because I'm not looking to be somebody's lunch. Yeah, Took us. Yeah, that's some lag. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Took. That is for sure. All right, we're going to take this guy in and give her a land and call it a day. Today has been absolutely fantastic, guys. We almost got 100 likes on a stream. I will tell you, I don't advertise when I'm in a stream. I just jump on, and you guys know I'm on most Saturday mornings. And I adore streaming the Star Citizen, and I adore mining the Star Citizen. And I'm going to be putting in tons of extra work as soon as 319 opens up to Wave 1. And, well, let's take a look at that. We can look at that right now if you want. What is B-Win? It's probably hitting... So B-Win is... Look, it's a 2 point whatever. 0.2 a lot of the times, though. I mean, even the FPS. I mean, I normally have way better FPS than that in space. So, it is what it is, right? But yeah, I mean, anyways, you know, I will just say how just thankful I am that you guys have, you know, kind of come and hang out, and I'm going to be putting in a ton of work with 319. I'm not an Evocati, but I am a Wave 1, and as soon as it goes with the Wave 1, I'm going to be testing like crazy. That includes planetary surveys, locating where things are at, testing every single mining head, every single mining gadget, putting out a lot of shorts on just the gadgets themselves. You know, trying to learn the new meta, trying to learn where things are located, and then definitely practicing the whole tractor beaming, replacing the mining laser heads and all that stuff. I'm going to be working on all that stuff as soon as 319 goes into Wave 1. So that's, you know, definitely going to be, I'm going to be putting out, my goal is to put out daily content on that stuff, even if I have to kind of stay up a little late or work a little longer hours. That, to me, you guys have been super good to me on this channel, and I want to be as helpful as I can with the massive changes coming up for mining. So, we're cruising on in here. I'm going to go ahead and drop the gear and lower the VTOLs. Or at least turn on the VTOLs. I'll be on the like icing. Yes, exactly. I'm going to be all over the 319 PTU as soon as I can. You know, I'm not an Evocati. Look at that. I mean, you can even see, like, my FPS it got red for a second. Now, my 3070's 8 GPU is definitely gets grumpy when I get near a station. All right, let's kind of head on in over here. I'm excited for the mining 3.2. Going to be like, yes, it's going to be great. I agree, Tukas. It's going to be a lot of fun, kind of relearning all that stuff. I'm more excited for the tractor beaming. I'm very excited for that. And I'm incredibly excited for the SRV. I think the SRV is going to be one of the biggest game-changing ships. If it can haul things, if you can actually go grab a derelict from, say, outside Port Olisar, hook up on that thing, and pull it with you to a central location in zero space, to me, and especially if it can also grab on to say, you know, like a standard Quantanium rock as well, and can haul that, that's just a game changer. You can then grab that stuff and haul it to your location and process it where you want to process it. Shields have to be down. Strip parts, yep, they do. You're right, Ryan. Now, me too, yep. Yeah, and salvage contracts, those are going to be great. Yep, I agree with that. It'll be interesting to see. Hopefully some of those are just straight PvE. You know what I mean? Where they're not all... Don't get me wrong. If some of them are PvP, that's cool. But I definitely hope that some of them are just kind of PvE-ish. All right, in we go. All right. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. All right, we'll do our post-flight here. And I have just a ton of vegetables and chicken I need to cut up and put into some teriyaki pineapple marinade for some shish kebabs I'm making tomorrow for my daughter's birthday party. And so that is on my agenda. It's on my wife's agenda too, by the way. But so that means it's also on my agenda. So I have got to kind of get that done today, so that's where I'm headed to do it. So we'll just do one of these. One of my favorite things to do here is we'll jump up on the side here and do a proper sign-off for you guys. So 88 likes today. Guys, we got so close to 100 likes. I can't even believe it. It's been an absolutely beautiful day today. I have had nothing but tons of fun today doing the podcast with you. The Aaron Halo mining, I would say, is a solid 7 out of 10. The biggest challenge that I had mining in the Aaron Halo was not locating Quantanium or not collecting it. It was actually going back to ARC-L4 and not having necessarily consistent hangers. Elevators, I meant, is what I'm saying. The elevators were not working, but for the most part, that worked really well. I would like to tell you that salvage is in an equally good place, but it's not. That's fine. It is what it is. But hey, 319's on the way. Look at that. We'll check our watch. It's not too far away. I would say 319 will hit A1 sometime in a couple of weeks. And we'll be jumping on there. So I always love to say the Quantanium was fantastic. The coffee was fantastic. But the conversation was by far the greatest. You guys make the channel. Everything about the channel is based on you coming and participating and having fun. And us working together collectively as a team to kind of figure out the best ways that we can do this stuff as efficiently as possible and working together. So all of you have a beautiful Saturday. I really hope that things start getting a little more stable in the game. Take care of yourself. And I will see you all around the verse.